Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and he know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
Welcome to the final leg of VCT Game Changers APAC. We have made it to Elite, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the final hurdle for these teams to be crowned Queens of APAC and the glory of representing our region at VCT Game Changers Champions. What's up, everybody? I'm Mika Fabs, and with me today is Coldan. What's up, my man? I like your drip.
Oh, I like yours too, Mika.
Oh,
I think
that.
we really dressed up for the occasion, I guess. Yeah,
we have a theme. It's in case you guys didn't notice. He's representing Tokyo Masters, and this is from Lock-in Brazil. It's kind of like a kind of like compilation of like a best of moments. Wow, looking back at VCT, how about that?
Yeah, and I think the merch that you're wearing is kind of a nice fitting moment here for the event that we're gonna have, right? For Elite, the champion of this entire tournament gonna be heading over to Sao Paulo for GC Champions over there. So a lot on the line, and we're gonna get started, here today. And what an amazing series of matches that we're gonna have, right? We're gonna have Team SFG versus Kyosei up first, and then later on in the day we're gonna have Orangutan X versus MLT eSports. So a couple of bangers already lined up for you guys watching at home.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really exciting start for today. We were just talking about it earlier about how, of course, you gotta begin this with Team SMG, right? And then you have a very interesting matchup with Orangutan X and MLT Esports. We'll get to talk about that a little bit later, but I just want to appreciate so far like the roadmap with Game Changers so far, right? It's been 3 opens, a last chance qualifier, and we're finally here at the final step for our APAC teams, right? This is the final step to champions. As you mentioned, they are going back over here to Sao Paulo, Brazil, where it all began at the very beginning of 2023. It's remarkable here because I feel like the teams that we have right now, Coldan, are so representative of the Game Changers year thus far, right? You have the veterans who have been here since like Open 1 that we had all the way in March of this year, right? And then you have the veterans, you have like teams that scrambled together for the LCQ, which just happened like a few months ago, and you even have players from way back when making a comeback just for this chance at Elite.
Yeah, and speaking about all these open circuits that we've had so far, I think it's kind of it gives you a bit of like surrealness, right? When you realize that all of these events have been won by SMG, right? The team that we're going to be watching, in just a few moments, and coming up against them, a team that they themselves qualified through that LCQ stage. And it's going to be an interesting matchup that we're going to have here today. But as you mentioned, right, incredible circuit, incredible year that we've had so far. And I'm really curious to see how this entire Elite will pan out. And yeah, speaking about Elite, let's take a look at all of our qualified teams. We've got Kyosei, MLT Esports, Global Esports, Phoenix, Scythe NWJ, RRQ Kaguya, Full Send Sapphire, Team SMG, and of course Orangutan X.
I just want to check if we're on the same page here, Coldan. I think everybody's on the same page, right? So far, Team SMG is looking like the favorite to win this. It's kind of like I kind of feel like the throne is kind of like ready to be gifted to them. It's just a matter of who can stop them at the very last moment, which is here at Elite, right?
Yeah, I think you gotta be living under a rock if you don't have SMG kind of like at that forefront, at the team that's really up and coming, the team that hasn't lost a series in the entire year. It's mind-boggling to have that kind of statistics. And I think with APAC having only one representative go into champions later on after this tournament, it's going to be a long hill to climb. But as you can see on the screens right here, right, the prize pool that we have for all of these teams, USD 35,000, and first place 12,000 as well. So an incredible prize pool for all of our players and teams, and of course that coveted spot in champions as well.
That is correct. We got to do something about that, by the way. That's like a singular slot that APAC has. All right, what's with that? Come on, guys. I think that right now Team SMG, as you mentioned, have not lost yet this year. I mean, they can bring that kind of power, they can bring that kind of energy, into, champions, hey, I'm all for it. Before that, though, of course, they have 7 teams trying to stop them from taking that spot. Right now, we can see our bracket, and all of our matches will be a best of 3 with our grand finals as a best of 5. And you've got your one and only stream right here on twitch.tv/FSL. Shout out to Raf, by the way, who was so used to our second stream that he decided to drop in and say hi at the very beginning. You will see the rest of the squad as well on the rest of the days. And we are all here to see who will be crowned our champion for Elite. It's going to be really exciting. As you can see, all of these matches, you know what these teams are capable of. You've seen them for this entire circuit. And right now, the best of the best, the very best, are here to clash at Elite. So I'm so excited. I cannot wait to get into it, by the way, because our first match, as you can see right up there, is going to be a banger.
Yeah, and speaking about this tournament format, right? As you mentioned, it's going to be a best of 3 all the way throughout, and it kind of gets a little bit interesting, right? When you realize that the map pool for GC Elite is gonna be
that's right.
The new updated one where Fracture and Pull is now out of the map pool. We bring in good old Breeze as well as the new map of Sunset, and I think that's gonna shake up this tournament even more than it already could have been, right? New maps, new strategies, curveballs left, right, center, and with such a dominant team such as SMG. I can only imagine what other teams are trying to cook up on those maps to try to take down the top dog right now.
Yeah, speaking of sunset, one of my tabs is still open on that beautiful sunset that Zach sent us. Oh, by the way, thank you for that, Zach. And I think that, that map was going to be really, really interesting, especially as we saw throughout the year. We saw a lot of teams do exceptionally well on Fracture and on Pearl. And now that those maps are out of the rotation, what are they going to bring out, especially on Breeze? It would be so great to see these teams once again on Breeze and on Sunset. I do believe that this is a map that, of course, came out of the latter part of the VCT circuit, so not a lot of teams have played this professionally, and we're gonna see it here. So really exciting. You know how that map has a lot of great corners and great little areas to set up and make a lot of shenanigans here. So I wonder what these teams have had planned for that.
Yeah. Of course, I think personally, I would love to see Sunset. I would love to see Breeze, but I think we had a little conversation, before the stream started, right? That those maps, right, that Breeze and Sunset is gonna be more of those curveball picks, right, where the underdogs would try, to bring out that map maybe later on in the tournament, right, as kind of a surprise pick. So early on, I think now in the opening matches, we might not be able to see Breeze or Sunset, but I think that just leaves a lot of room to the remaining maps, right? Because a lot of teams are going to expect the remaining maps in the map pool, right? Which is Split, Bind, Haven, Ascent, those El Clasico maps. And, looking at the first match of the day, SMG versus Nyx Kyosei, it's going to be an interesting battle because you have one team where they have near 100% win rate on every single map. And then you have Nyx Kyosei coming out from the LCQ as the second spot, so not even the first team out of LCQ. And it feels like an impossible task, but hey, if any team's gonna do it, it might just be the Doggo.
Well, let's find out. Let's see if the Doggo can pull all their powers out for this behemoth of a team, which is Team SMG. Let's take a closer look at our teams through this video. I mean, Coldan, you look at this match, and you can't help but feel that Nyx Kyosei drew the short straw. I mean, I have to say it, right? It's like, you look at these players, Alexi, Aneri, Camus, Kohaibi, and Shirazi. They are not only veterans in the scene now, but when you think of the best Game Changers players in APAC, all these ladies would make your top 10 list, So there is also just this there's this wonderful sassy confidence that just screams champions in these ladies. It's the same kind of vibe actually that teams like G2 Gozen have. So right now, the championship is pretty much theirs. They just really have to make it official through this elite, right? These 7 teams are all coming at Team SMG at the moment. But as you mentioned, the last time that they lost was over a year ago. October 2nd, by the way, against Zol Meraki. That was a very different Team SMG. That was without the core of this roster. So, Coldan, you said it. They've been unstoppable, but who are they up against? They're up against Nyx Kyosei right now. So, let's take a closer look at the roster that would be up against Team SMG.
Yeah, let's take a moment to appreciate this roster, right? Coming in from the LCQ, not even the first seed, the second seed, so arguably, the lowest seed in the tournament, right? Going up against the top seed, you got Delbisky, somebody, Khan, Piety, as well as Kachao. All amazing players in their own right, but a lot to prove here in the league, and I can't wait to see what they have up against the top dogs of APAC. My eyes on Delbisky as well as Piety. I think those two are one of, or at least the duo in this squad that really set their team up for success. They have great play potential and very, very highly mechanically skilled in my opinion. So got to keep out on those two ladies. But again, right, this is a team that I would say not a lot of people give them enough credit, right? They've done the gauntlet. They've ran through the LCQ bracket from the lower bracket as well, and made their way into elite. So regardless of the outcome here today, I think massive props have got to be given to them for making the distance this far. It's a huge accomplishment just being in an elite itself. So extremely proud. But today up against the Giants, I'm curious to see what they have brought to the table.
I mean, we're kind of speaking like it's already written, right? But it's, of course, it's Team SMG. And let's not forget that Nyx Kyosei here, they clawed their way here through the last chance qualifier, right? Through a very, very close lower finals up against Neons. And compared to Team SMG, this team is a relatively new team, right? They only came together for Open 2. Not to mention, for some of the Nyx players like Delbisky, Shuni, and Piety, I believe it is their first time ever playing an elite. So literally, for these ladies, the stakes have never been higher for them. The maps are going to be really interesting as well. As we mentioned, there is a possibility that we might see Sunset. I have a feeling, as I was mentioning earlier, Coldan, that if we don't see it today or like in the first 2 days, we won't see it at all. But we are going to see it!
Gosh,
Oh,
no way!
yes!
Wait
Yes!
a minute. First map of Elite, we get the new map.
Why not? Let's go!
I'm sure our casters are already I don't know, up in arms maybe. I can't hear them, but I mean myself, I'm so excited to see Sunset as the first pick, and it's picked by Nyx, right? I'm not seeing this incorrectly.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
that's incredibly brave. That is incredibly brave, especially since like SMG, they do play well on Sunset's similar map like Ascent, right? So this is really, really brave. This is gonna be very, very intense. And look at that, SMG also picked Ascent, and we are going to go into Haven as our decider. Nyx Kyosei, I hope you guys have a really good strategy for this. This looks very scary. We know that Haven is one of the best maps of Team SMG here. It's a map also that Nyx Kyosei do favor. Pinoy maps, baby. But I feel like I don't really know what Nyx Kyosei can pull out here that already isn't favoring Team SMG. It feels like it's impossible, but that's just how it is. So Sunset here might be that wild card for them.
In my opinion, it has to be a 2-0 win for Kyosei to take this series.
Yep.
Like, if it goes to Haven, I mean, Haven is one of the key picks from SMG. SMG love going to Haven. It's one of the picks that they often choose, early on in Open 3 and, early on before that Open 2, etc., etc. But yeah, that Sunset pick, I guess Nyx is, just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at SMG right now. They want to take this win. They want to, at the very least, expose some strats of SMG, right? Because in my opinion, if I was SMG, right, I would want to keep my Breeze as well as Sunset to the later parts of the tournament, right, where teams don't really have information on my picks. I can pull it out as like that wild card as well as SMG. But now we're kind of forcing their hand, right? We're forcing SMG to be like, hey, I want to see your composition. I want to see what you have prepared for this map. So when it goes later on in the tournament, other teams may even have a chance to take down SMG. So I don't know, maybe next Kyosei taking one for the team or for literally everyone else in the tournament, I guess. I'm just extremely stoked to see Sunset.
Yeah, I like the way you put it, right? It was like Nyx Kyosei was like, we basically want to take Team SMG down. We're going to push them back out of their comfort zone already, or we're going to force them to reveal all of their cards so that everybody else knows what's coming for them, so that suddenly there are no secrets. And it could be like, this could be a very strategic move in the sense of like the entire elite, right? Suddenly it's like there are no more secrets for Team SMG to pull out as they move forward in elite. Very exciting stuff indeed. I have to say as well, one of the head-to-heads that I'm looking at is going to be Con versus Alexi. That's going to be incredibly intense. Con, I think, has one of the best Sova performances throughout this season, if not the best. She's also amazing on Sky, but her Sova was just so memorable, right? She will be going up against Alexi in this match, and we all know how aggressive Alexi can be, especially when you have her setting up Eneri. Hello, Eneri, who is widely touted as, possibly the best Game Changers player here on APAC, right? We have this girl turning heads left and right all across so many regions. So this combination is so frightening. This is going to push Con to her limit, and as well as the rest of Nyx Kyosei. I want to see what comes out of it, especially since their map pick is first, the map that we least expected to be the first map here, Coldan. This is so fun.
This is really exciting, and I like how you put up that head-to-head, right, between the initiators, like the support players, but I want to focus a little bit more on Nyx Kyosei, because I think Piety as the control player is very pivotal in their success. I went through the stats, and it was just amazing to see how impactful Piety was. In LCQ, she was the highest rated player for Nyx, with a 1.15 rating and 228 ACS as your control player. And specifically on Omen, she does her best work with a 1.36 rating and 253 ACS on that particular agent. And I think on a map such as Sunset, right, Omen is actually a very viable pick. A lot of his smokes can actually cover most of the choke points. There are creative one-ways that you can do with Omen on Sunset, although not as many as maps such as Split. But I think Omen is a very viable pick, and if Piety can get that comfortable agent in her back pocket, if she can get her gears moving, I think Nyx actually stand a decent chance to put up a good fight on Sunset.
Yeah, it's gonna boil down to what kind of strategy they have planned for this, especially since this is going to be a very memorable first map indeed for them. And I think that for Team SMG though, they've showed throughout the entire Game Changers circuit that they can be very flexible when it comes to their composition, right? They even have gotten too creative at times, but it's also, what kind of compositions are we going to see here on Sunset? I am expecting, we are still deep into the Killjoy meta. We are, so
Yes.
I'm expecting a Brimstone. Are we going to see the Chamber make a comeback? Maybe very slowly. It's possible. We do have a lot of very good Chamber players here at Game Changers that do miss the agent quite dearly. So if he does make a comeback here, I think it's a very viable map.
I'm quite curious to see if teams would want to do a double controller setup. I would love to see double controllers. Me personally, I love double controllers, but we can see the agent select right now. Okay, they're cooking. Double controller, I see on Nyx Kyosei, and Neon being picked by Eneri. That is not a common pick.
I love that. This is so confident.
This is really cool. Double initiator as well as the Neon to set her up through those fast lanes. It's an interesting pick. I don't see a lot of Neons, but I can imagine one area, right? B main, where there's this sort of large middle area, right? You can use the Neon with the fast lane to get access to the back of the site quite easily. So incredibly excited to see what we have in store.
So excited indeed, so let's get right into it. Sunset, our first map of Game Changers Elite. So let's toss it on over to our casters, Tayrawr and Zahk. Take it away.
It is gonna be a wild ride here. Not Raf for today, but Tayrawr and Zahk to take you to Sunset. And Zahk, I guess you're dressed for the occasion itself. We're going to LA.
Yeah, we're rocking that. We're all rocking that. We're all rocking that VCT merch here, and yes, I have managed to deal with that, and you know we're all rocking that VCT merch. But I think that yours as well, Eliza. We're both like prepped for champions, ready for LA, and ready to get into the Sunset map here. Looking at these agent compositions, right? I think that one thing that I'm really excited about is Eneri's Neon pick, because like Mika mentioned, it's not something that you see too often. It's usually the Jet that's kind of heavily favored on this map. But when you look at how many of these close range angles there are, and how Neon can just like stun her way through and zoom across the map, I think that Eneri, she's gonna be playing this to perfection.
Well, to be fair, fairly new for everyone here in the professional scene as well. We haven't seen Sunset in a lot of pro plays even. And the thing is, we might be even seeing a new meta being made here live on Game Changers itself. And as we can see on your screens as well, we have the players and Princess Alexi getting ready for that. Yesterday, I think the preparation they did was eat outside.
Yeah, you gotta get the nutrition in, you know, to like get ready to slay out. So yesterday SMG, they were just stocking up on those calories to burn in the game, because it's a really intense game, especially when you tend to play as SMG does. And I feel like they jump around more after the game than they panic during the game itself, because of how these games tend to play out.
Oh, let's see though. Let's see how that turns out for today, as we are looking into map number 1, which is actually picked by Nyx as we start on the pistol round itself. They are on the attacker side here, already set up on those flanks as well. But look at this, very aggressive push coming in from Eneri.
Oh my god, she gets that first kill, does put down the stun to try and get away, and succeeds. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, as Alexi does go down in the process, so not entirely bad for Nyx Kyosei. That said, though, it seems to have completely broken the pace of their attack apart, especially with these smokes coming down towards mid. This confrontation, it might mean everything here, and Piety on the lurk takes down Gohaibi. So that's the Killjoy utility down, and the B side looking a little bit more free. A second one as well for Piety. Insane!
Really big picks coming in here, especially no more traps around as well. And I think the decision coming here from Nyx is to rotate all the way to B side. They know there's not going to be any traps at all, and at the same time, they're quite sure Eneri is still on A side, as they were able to deal with that a while ago. This is going to be the plan coming in all the way in B, and the rotations coming from the 2 players of SMG as well.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try to take these fights as favorably as possible. Early information garnered from that camera here. Kachao, that first point of contact. The flash and swing through does come out, buying a little bit of space, but Piety watching the cross finds not one, but both players. A 4K for the Cypher. And Nyx, they take that pistol in style.
An immediate 4 kills coming in from Piety here. Really big on the kills itself, but not only that, that 1-to-1 trade from the start as well really fixed up upon that what do you call this, like contribution towards the team. Not only that, the big pick towards Gohaibi as well that just eliminated all those traps, and really made or paved the way for Nyx to be more comfortable in rotating all the way to B side. Now on this next round though, it's gonna be a buy coming in from Nyx, 1 upgraded towards that Bulldog as well, and this knife will cancel out some of the players from them.
Early information thanks to 0 points here. That said, though, still touching upon that last round, it feels like Nyx, they really do have an excellent grasp of how to play for control on this map. I think that we were talking a little bit about Piety's lurk and how much impact it was able to have. And it's clear that, once again, it's going to be the case here. Piety is that final boss to watch out for, at least on this map. The way that she's just lurking around and finding all of these crucial kills. Once again, those 2 openers, it's going to let them rotate over to this B site along with the Neural Theft. And there's only going to be Shirazi kind of hanging around here to try and stop it.
That's going to be the complete control towards A site right now. Although, this wall gonna be still there in a while, but gonna be dissipating, and that's gonna be Piety again with the 4 kill. 2 rounds in a row here, Zach. 8 kills in total, and immediately having that ult just gave them again the confidence to push forward all the way to A.
Look, I know the Cypher ult is only 6 points, but she already has half of it back. What even is happening here? Like, second round neural theft. I think that's exactly what you want to see coming out of your Cypher player. Of a first round for Nyx Kyosei, and they're gonna have quite a bit of a bonus to play off of, especially that Phantom from Dilbitsky. If it can open up with those entries that we've been seeing Piety get so far, it might be a couple of upgrades that Nyx can pick up and try to convert this bonus.
You know, to be fair, when we see this bracket as well, and all we know, they're going up against a giant here, why not surprise them with a pick immediately towards Sunset? And they might have prepared for this all throughout as well. And we are looking at Nyx setting up yet again, trying to get info on the team members or anyone pushing forward. And as you can see, there's certain adjustments coming in from SMG as well. Inari just holding down the fort towards A, and moreover, it's going to be a triple stack on B.
A lot to get through. You can see that Nyx, they've kind of slowed things down here, at least on their attacking side. They look to go for that B side, but like you mentioned, there's a triple stack along with some Killjoy utility there. Heidi still on the lurk, trying to hold down this mid area, but Nyx themselves, they're executing quickly onto this B side. The problem is there are so many different lanes to try and contend with, and this confrontation between Delbitsky as well as Kohibi, if it does come through, it might mean a lot. Camille spots a player through the gap in the wall, but not able to convert that kill. Kohibi, though, waiting in the corner, takes out Capricious. First blood in favor of SMG here. Delbitsky finds a crucial trade, though, and now that dog is gonna find all the information. That said, the kills are still going for these crucial trades. It's just up to Khan now. 30 HP, finds the first in the 1v3, but the stun is impeccable from Inari, and that will be the defuse to come in for SMG to find their first.
You see, there's no info at all that was given away here coming in from SMG. Even the pop flash coming in from Alexi all the way to market as well was being kept tight for the team itself for that retake. They were able to use up the dog to get and try to get that info successfully too. And for Nyx, they're just trying to tuck themselves into the corners of the site, just making sure to hold on to the tight corners where the players of SMG might go out from, and they weren't that sure where the rest of the team would be. This is gonna be a 2-1 coming in from Nyx. Still that 1 point advantage so far, and we might be seeing actually a timeout as the timer isn't moving at all.
Whether it's a tech or an actual pause, let's figure that out in a little bit once we get some more information. But talking about that post plan that you saw coming out of Nyx, I feel like despite that being their bonus, they did a great amount of damage, because if you look at SMG's economy right now, it's in a pretty weird spot. Shirazi only are able to afford that Spectre, a Guardian onto Camus as well. So if Nyx can convert this full buy that they have, especially with the ults that they're kind of charging up, in particular that Reckoning, only 2 points away, I think that it's going to be huge for them. Like you mentioned, like our panel did mention, they have to kind of win this map, because they really don't want it to go to that map 3 of Haven, where SMG have been so dominant. I think that if they can close it out 2-0, this is their chance, and for that they have to win this one, and they've looked pretty great so far. I think the only change that I would probably consider is taking a little bit more control on that site, like we saw in that bonus round, because they took no space after getting that plant down, and they couldn't go back either because of how quick SMG were on that retake.
Yeah, quick, like you were saying as well, because we also do have that Neon pick coming in from Inari. You saw how fast the rotation was coming in from her, and was able to help up the teammates as well in trying to make that retake happen. So with the Neon pick, especially with the help of Alexi as well, trying to cover her and also flashing and dogging for the rest of the team as well, it can be a lot for Nyx to take over. And like you said, they should have more control here on the sites itself when it comes to the post-plant positions. But we're bound to see that, as obviously we're looking into a full buys coming in from the rest of the team. But as you said, Team SMG, little bits or a crack here and there when it comes to that economy from that bonus round from Nyx. So we might finally back as we head on to this next round. And, it's still a little bit of an unfamiliar territory for everyone as well. You can definitely see they're still like, not yet sure if I should push this or not.
Yeah, it feels just like my rank games, except that, Inari can aim better than literally every single player that I've had in my lobby, because that's just Inari things. But me and my rank games, distractions apart, again, you see so many of these rounds, it comes down to how much value the move from Heidi really has. Alexi pushes bravely forward along with Inari, but the numbers, trades, they go in favor of Nyx here. Huge confrontation, and with both Alexi and Inari taken out of the equation, they look to extend their push towards this A side where there's only Kamyu kind of hanging around towards CT. The side itself, it's looking quite relatively free, and Piety only 2 off of another neural theft. Zolbitsky with that showstopper that we were talking about as well. So many ultimates that are kind of like just getting ready for Nyx to invest in this round.
Just a little change on that tripwire made Inari and Alexi wonder, like, what's happening here? Why is it too deep?
You can see Alexi staring at it, bro.
Yeah, you can see, definitely, because Inari has been seeing the entire time, those 3 rounds, that tripwire is on that default spot when it comes to those flanks, or anti-flanks rather, for Nyx. And they were wondering, where is
30
it?
seconds
But
left.
now, with Kohaibi taking 1 down, this is a 3-3 or a 3 versus 3 still, but Nyx was able to take control of A side
Spike
completely and
planted.
plants the spike.
That's a really nice microplay. If you notice, they dropped the spike to Delvisky so that she would be able to get that showstopper online pretty quickly. That's going to be a major ult that might make a difference in this round if it comes down to the post plan. Still though, Delvisky playing that first point of contact, gets spotted out by Kamyu. Really nice fragment to clear out that corner, which is going to force Capricious to kind of just put down that paranoia. But that will give her position away, especially since it didn't connect. Kohaibi on the other hand, able to find a kill onto Piety as well. Capricious in the corner, stunned, caught, taken down, and the showstopper finds nothing here. A 1v3 situation. Kohaibi taps the spike, trying to smoke out the position. The clock is ticking, but still, Shirazi, think they have enough time for the defuse to come through? Yeah, it's gonna be enough. They know their timings. So close, but they do it. No, they don't. Never mind. I'm wrong.
It's
All
not
right.
gonna be enough for SMG.
I swear. I thought they had it.
It was a
Okay.
2-man push towards elbow here, Zach, and I guess they were trying to pre-fire as well. Delvisky basically holding down everything for the rest of the team. And this entire time, Capricious accepting every single utility you could ever take at that point in the default spot as well. And she wasn't able to do anything at that point, but in the end, the timing was definitely on the side still of Nyx here. Really, really good rounds coming in so far. And we can look at the eco disadvantage right now for SMG. Kamyu is the only one with
Oh my God.
that Vandal, but it doesn't matter. And Eri has the ult right now. It's not going to connect for that one, but she already managed to pick up 2 kills.
And neural theft comes in from Heidi, so they're gonna be able to smoke out the remainder of this SMG defense. That said, though, like you mentioned, Inari, she did the damage there. 2 huge kills, tags of Delvisky a decent amount as well, thanks to that overdrive on the Neon ult. You can see Nyx, they're kind of slowing things down, changing the pace up. They know for a fact that SMG, they're on a bit of an eco round, but in the hands of these players in particular, I think these sheriffs can do a devastating amount of damage. And SMG's positions across the map, they're picture perfect. Kohaibi has a turret for some information if they decide to cross over, but yeah, that's gonna be the cue, and Kohaibi knows that it's likely to be this site that they're coming to.
Here, cam has been set up as well. The smoke, the only thing covering Kohaibi right now. They heard a gunshot though. They know there's someone on side. They know that. And Shirazi, though, from behind, was able to pick up 2 kills. On to the left, though, it's going to be Delvisky securing that trade. 2v1 situation. It's all up to Delvisky yet again in this post plant. 36 HP remaining on her. Alexi, this is going to be the double trouble setup coming in from them. The tap on the spike to lure out the enemy. And that's going to be it for that round. I think this is basically a semi-thrifty for them, right?
It was a thrifty. I'm pretty sure they all had nothing
Kamyu
with
had
sheriffs to
the
start off
Vandal,
with.
yeah.
Didn't she pick it up in the middle, or was it a hero?
Move as a unit.
I think it was a hero, actually.
Last thing I
And at
need
that
is some
point, the
hero
first 2
messing
initial
things
kill
up.
from Inari built that round up.
That was insane. But again, like just what we talked about when we mentioned that Neon pick, right? You could see how those stuns really set up Inari to find those openers round after round. The thing is though, they've been kind of doing the same play towards this ace site, that aggressive push right off the bat. And I think because of it, Nyx, they've been working more towards this mid to A kind of control. So it's interesting to see how SMG, if they've made that read yet and if they're going to be adapting to it pretty soon. Looking at the positions they're holding though, it's a bit more of a passive hold towards this A site.
A little bit more passive this time around. It's actually a cross being held down by Inari and Alexi. Kohaibi Same as before as well. It's gonna be this market take. The traps, obviously thrown off by that paint shells as well. She has to wait a little bit longer to set that up yet again. But this is gonna be an eco round for Nyx. They have to find or make a pick-off happen and make it a 5v4 to say the least. But it's gonna be difficult. That stunts coming in, the aggressiveness again coming in from SMG as well, especially from these two players.
They've been doing a great job of just maintaining this A lobby control here. Now though, as they look to go into this B side, despite the eco round, they're not afraid to invest these ultimates. That said though, Goibi and Shirazi, they're just maintaining this crossfire and just shredding people apart as they look to come in. On the opposite side, Neri smokes out Heidi's position. Seekers to boot. Heidi though still gets that first kill. Has to go in for the reload, tries to get the knife, but it's just gonna come down to a gunslinger's duel here. Where else do we have it apart from the Wild West? Sheriff and Alexi's hand. She's not even gonna try to reload here, and it's just Khan being hunted down. Let's you to find that final kill, and SMG they tie things up 3-3.
They clean up the round itself. It's now a 3-3. A very slow-paced game that we're looking at here from the two teams that we have right now. Even on the economy itself, it's about just getting rounds and then another team gets the other round and we have a reset yet again. But this time around, I think for Nyx, they do have that half armor shields up and a guardian for themselves. For the meantime, this is so far a talking stage between these two teams.
Yeah, I think both of them, I think for Nyx as well, they've taken us pleasantly by surprise because, let's face it, they were the underdog in this particular fight, but they've looked very much in control over the map here. Again, Heidi on the lurk, able to find huge kills, but Heidi, despite the flash, holds strong towards this main area. 2 kills in her name to boot. And while Nyx have taken the site, they're surrounded on all sides by enemies here. Lockdown gonna come in from Gohaibi. She's had it ready for the retake, and that's gonna push the remainder of this Nyx squad off the site, force a TP and fall back here. It's just gonna be Heidi trying to make a play, but Gohaibi more than ready for that possibility. 2v3 situation. Spike not exactly planned for them. They're gonna have to come back in through the cove, but Gohaibi lying in wait on track with Ace, finds it, and that will be SMG to take.
Gohaibi with an ace here. Already starting off, if you think about it, she had that Omen flash right onto her face. She already accepted that there was going to be a nade being thrown off all the way here on Market. But she basically held down the fort for the entire team, even using up that ult as well to really push out the players here from Nyx to go all the way to B main, despite having that cove as well. The aggressiveness of this Killjoy, you just have to give it to her.
It's not the Killjoy, man. It's Gohaibi. I don't know if you remember, there was
Sentinel
an
is
map
just
where
a
she went,
mindset,
like,
guys.
20.
Forget about it.
Yeah, Sentinel equals push in Gohaibi's hands. But talking about pushing now, it's a Neri who's just walking a little bit up towards mid, all the way almost into that attacker spawn here. We'll be finally falling back, though. A little bit of temperance coming in from that player. That said, though, it's the Seekers to start things off for Nyx Kyosei. A 5-person push right onto the B site. And already SMG, you can see that they're ready to just opt to play in for that full retake because they know they have that Cosmic Divide as well as a lot of utility left. And they have control of all of these lanes.
They do, but they also have to take control of other parts of the sites here. Very open. It's going to be CT for Shirazi. It's going to be a double yet again, and the pull settles in, but then again, an area Shirazi taking control over this post plant coming in from Nyx, and that's going to be the cleanup crew just dashing or going in through the site just to make everyone else look around. And SMG 5-3, they're just back to their fundamentals here. The trades definitely there, and the pushes coming in from those initiating or initiators.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Neon is played on this map, it does feel like it's initiator duelist mix, but I think that the biggest thing that works out for Aneri is how aggressive she is, and because of how much control she takes so early on, it really makes those quick flanks possible like we saw in this round, right? You could see that Nyx, despite the pressure coming in from both openings onto site, they were not ready for that flank from Aneri, and she just came in and blitzkrieg through the rest of the squad. Sure, she went down, but the damage was more than done here. And again, you're gonna be seeing the same thing this time around towards mid as well as this alley area. She's taking the fights, but Delbisky's still able to find that first opener. Now towards mid, it's absolute practice here. Nick still maintaining the numbers advantage at SMG. They all fall except for Gohaibi.
More rounds we look at, the rounds goes faster as well, especially when Ineri just wants to catch up with Mika on her marathon as well. Gohaibi, the only man remaining, or the only woman remaining here for the round itself. Can she make something happen after that ace? It might be a boost in the confidence, you just never know. But yet again, you have a Cypher still alive, could set up the traps, even a camera would already be big to try and cancel out Gohaibi here. Turret has been set. This might give at least an intel towards the side of SMG, or rather Nyx, but yet again, she has to tap the spike before they even peek.
It's an open plant as well. Just be really careful about these angles. The first fight, it comes up against Con, and Con more than ready for the swing, and that kill will let Nyx find another round. But let's talk about those first 10 seconds where literally everybody died, right? From the SMG side. I think that they were not expecting Nyx to just be lying in wait. You could see a little bit of that defaulting coming out. And when those fights came head to head towards mid, just the positioning being held, there was nobody to immediately trade out Ineri. And Nyx were able to quickly capitalize, and they were so aware of all three of those lanes that they had to keep watch of. So there was just no chance for SMG to really find an advantage, especially with Alexi doing that second kill, I believe.
Yeah, but then again, Princess Alexi would just never let down let Ineri down. That showstopper connects completely towards Gohaibi, but she was able to pick up one kill beforehand. Capricious, on the other hand, though, was able to pick up Camille. At that point, 4v3 situation. Smoke dissipates towards mid. This lurk might be big for the side of Nyx. They just have to set it up nicely.
Spike finally gonna go down 4v3 like you mentioned. This Heidi's position, it's gonna mean a lot here. Does spot out Shirazi right as she goes into that cosmic form here. Euro that's gonna come out as well to smoke out the remaining positions of these players. Paranoia doesn't connect, but pushing an area off the angle, it will let Delbisky find that kill, and it's all down to just Princess Lexi. A 1v3 situation. Does have a flash, both their flashes to work with, but she has to win out this fight against Heidi first. It's not gonna happen. Heidi's so incredible throughout this entire attacking half of Nyx. She's been that pivot position to just find those frags and let those Euro steps rip. I think that was number 4.
Like I said, it was a really good lurk. No one really was looking towards mid, especially when they knew that A site was already taking cover or taking control by Nyx here. And on the other hand, because of those lurks and those kills and even the trades happening left and right, again, Nyx securing that post-plant position. What's important for them is to really take positions into their own hands. We see the difficulty when it comes to B side because they don't have CT control all this time. And when it comes to A, it seems like a little bit more comfort towards them.
Yeah, I think that for SMG's defense, it's been very hit or miss with the kind of pushes, but you can see that they've increased the number of layers as well. Last time around, there was a reckoning for Nyx to power their way through those choke points, but this time around, it's just Delbisky being isolated thanks to her satcheling in solo and a free kill for that SMG squadron. Now Nyx, they break the utility, Heidi's position, of course, with that cyber cage gotta be spotted out, and Gohaibi can spot the cross here, deny that additional bit of crossover onto space. It might be huge. Spike itself, though, it's made its way onto this B site, and it should be going down.
Look at this group meeting that's happening towards CT side. 4 players just waiting for that wall coming in from the harbor to go down, and this would be a re-hit, or rather a retake coming in from them. But on the other hand, Market is also being covered here, and yet again that flash settles in. Ineri, Alexi, and the rest of the crew here to clean up the rest of the team of Nyx. Con too far away from the spike as well, no matter or however she wants to make some noise on CT side. It doesn't matter at this point. The spike's not on her eyesight. That's gonna be a 6-5 coming in here from SMG. To be fair though, if you think about it, Zach, it's not too bad for a first half here coming in from Nyx.
I definitely think so, and they've been really good at pushing these attacks. The thing is that SMG, they've also been incredible to adapt in the way they play. If you look towards how they're pinching in on that A side, they have a 3-person stack now. In the first couple of rounds, it was only a Neri and Alexi, but now Camille's joined over as well. There's a turret watching mid, and it seems like the side of SMG, they're just playing for a retake on this B side because they have their protocols so in place. Early cam, though, to spot out the position of Shirazi at the very least will force her to play a little bit back, and she still has that Cosmic Delight ready to go for the retake.
You want to get that early info again. Ivy,
Oh, no.
this wall, a menace towards the side of Nyx here, despite being actually set up by them. The ultimate being put up as well for this retake. Is it going to be destroyed instead? I think it will force out the players of Nyx instead to go back. It's going to be B main for them. One caught. But yet again, the spike not yet planted. They still have a lot of space and a lot of time to maybe make a rotate or a re-hit happen.
Problem is the numbers, so it's 3v5, and you can see SMG, they're still happy to kind of duke these fights out in the hopes of equal trades here. Huge lockdown from Kohibi to be able to deny just that side control from really enabling Nyx to get that spike down. Now with 35 seconds left, they have to make a commit on one side of the map or the other. You can see Piety on a fishing expedition on the other side, hoping to at least get that control for free. And the A side itself, it's pretty empty except for Alexi kind of just hanging around spawn to make sure that Piety doesn't walk all the way in. I think that they might at least be able to get that spike down, but so far Nyx in the post plants is where they have suffered the most, especially when they're at these numerical disadvantages. They just don't really have much of a chance to take space there. And I think that if they can find at least Alexi in this position, it might be what they need.
This wall doesn't cover CT, but the Cove is up definitely for their side. And SMG already mapped this out as well. They want to do and make a retake happen. That's why Alexi is the only woman basically waiting patiently in that corner just to hear those sounds. But yet again, SMG, they knew what they were doing at this point. They knew they were going to play the retake. It was a lot of setup coming in on B side and waiting for that re-hit to happen. But yet again, 7-5.
Yeah, halftime break now, so let's throw it over to our panelists to see what exactly went down in the first ever sunset that we're going to be seeing on stream. Mika and Coldan, over to you.
Just look at who is topping our leaderboards right now. We have Kohibi and Piety. It is a Sentinel show match here on Sunset, and we can see exactly why, right? Both of these players are playing so well. I mean, Kohibi's tenure is definitely showing because you can see how she's more than enough to hold the side, right? As Zach mentioned, it's like sometimes when Team SMG doesn't have the numbers advantage, it's no problem for them because they have a player like Kohibi. The way she's able to sort of maneuver her way into the most optimal position to kill everyone is just genius here, Coldan.
Yeah, I like that you brought up like the adaptation that SMG brought into this half, but regardless, it's still an amazing half coming in from Nyx Kyosei. I mean, I don't think we've seen SMG feel so uncomfortable on the map for a very long time. And shout out to Piety, as you mentioned, right? That lurker as that Cypher. I mentioned that she was one of the key factors for them to win, and right now she's putting up the numbers, but they've got to put up an even stronger fight when they swap sides to that defense.
And speaking of which, we are about to do just that. Let's see indeed how Nyx Kyosei perform as they switch on over to defense, and now it is going to be SMG on attack. Back to you guys, casters, over in Sunset.
Defense this time around, Zach, for the side of Nyx. And so far, momentum-wise, it seems like Piety here has been great so far in this first half that we've seen.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the rounds that they were able to win, it was off the back of her lurks finding those crucial openers to start things off with, and just the mid control that she was able to exhibit. That said, though, we're going to be seeing Kohibi, who has in the past been incredible in those lurk situations as well. I think that for Nyx to be able to close this one out, it's gonna depend on how much map control they can take early on, because you saw that kind of defaulting coming out of SMG throughout on the A side. It seems like next they're looking to at least do something a little bit similar towards mid and alley instead. So I think with the early information that Nyx garners, if they do manage to get that into their regard, it's gonna be what they need. But that said, Delbisky versus Aneri right off the bat, it's gonna be Aneri to win it out. That frenzy at close range, just shredding Delbisky into pieces.
I mean, look at this one-way Cypher smokes as well coming in from Piety. This might be the stop that they need for the players of SMG to not really push forward and maybe think about their next steps as well. It's still 5v4, but Delbisky being gone gives a little bit of space for SMG actually to make something happen, as no one watches over mid aside from obviously Capricious. Now she has to watch over to positioning here, and aside from that, no movement so far from SMG. As of now, they would try to hit the site and they're caught by the trap. She doesn't care. That's gonna be the frenzy to your face. Con to go down, and again, this is the control that we were looking from the side of Nyx a while ago.
Planted.
Oh, for a second I thought that Inari was going to be able to find yet another kill, though Capricious finally shuts her down. Shirazi, though, playing spoil sport on site, a crossfire along with the turret, as well as Gohaibi. The remaining players on Nyx's side, it's a 2v4. They're going to have to face a lot of opposition while getting in, and Gohaibi just playing off the turret to find that kill. Kashao at least able to find one before being shut down by Kamiyu. SMG, they take this pistol and extend their lead even further. I think that for SMG's side, it's just that Neon pick being able to find these timings, right? Like, Delbisky was just not ready for that fight. And, of course, the utility usage from SMG's side is just perfect. Even if SMG, even if Inari doesn't find the timings on those kills, it's just so much utility that's available for being dumped. The stuns from Shirazi, the flashes from Kamiyu, flashes from Alexi as well. It just sets an area up so well on this map.
Definitely true, but look at this. Might be a rush A if not mistaken. Depends for the side of SMG, but this is gonna be a full stack, and it's only gonna be Kachao holding down the fort here on A side. Already left and right, there's so many utilities being thrown off. And Kachao with a classic might be able to get a shot in. No, not at all. Instead, Inari shuts her down. And again, the beauty of Neon is that fast takes and even fast rotations.
Yeah, once again, an opener onto Kachao. For a second, I thought that right click, the free gun, by the way, would be able to get a couple of kills, but not going to be happening this time around. And looking at SMG's post plan, they've left nothing uncovered. You can already see the Killjoy utility watching for the flank as well to try and catch out the Cypher. On site, it's aggression to boot. Kamiyu and Gohaibi between themselves being able to find all of these crucial kills. It's just got to be the flank now from Piety, already detected by the alarm bot being broken for Gohaibi here. Camera does spot it out, and this entire SMG squad is on the hunt for Piety in the corner. What can she even do? Nothing is the answer as Alexi shuts her down with the Sheriff to the skull. 9-5, and SMG, that's a flawless for them, so they're gonna have an incredible bonus coming in.
Inari, the initiator, is being used as the bait here for the rest of the team just to force out one remaining player from Nyx. But nevertheless, though, for SMG, I think this attacker side will be more of their comfort as well. They don't need to wait much anymore, and they can play around the map quite easily as well because of that aggression coming in from Inari and with the help of the teammates. But let's see, early info towards B main and even Paranoia just to force them out in taking control.
Does succeed that ploy, at least for a little bit, but it was just one player towards where that Paranoia was being put down, right? You can already see that SMG, they're very comfortable around this A site hit. This time around, that's going to be where Piety is playing, though, with the Cypher. So with the one waves that we've seen coming out of her before, it might be those kills that you really want to see from the Nyx side early on. That said, though, on this A side, you can already see that the SMG squad, they've taken so much control for free. And while that tripwire does go off in that close range with Alexi having walked up, Piety can't really win out that duel. Spike goes down, and Con in the corner, she might be the one to do the damage. First one thanks to the Phantom, looking for a little bit more, but Alexi with the upgrade already takes her down. The kills all go in favor of this SMG squad. Delbisky finally stopping the bleeding. 2v3 situation. There is an overgrowth available from Kachao to patch the teammate up, but for that they're gonna have to regroup. Not if they just walk into Shirazi's crosshair like that, and it's just down to Delbisky. 17 HP and a dream. A 1v3 situation. You can see SMG getting Shirazi denies even that much. Double digits for SMG on their opponent's map.
Having this KO pick for the side of SMG as well doesn't help much for the side of Nyx. We were able to see Con securing a kill here, but on the other hand, she couldn't set up any more smokes on her end because of that 0 point, and because of it, obviously, it just makes it a little bit harder or more difficult for the side of Nyx to make that retake happen or take control and space. Now we're looking at a timeout, a much needed one, I would say, for Nyx. And so far, it's gonna be a pistol, or rather a save coming in from them. And I think for the meantime, what do you think they can do to, or a slight change that they can do to actually try and figure out how to go up against SMG, Zach?
I think that one thing that we saw SMG really excel at during their defensive side was the proactivity they took, right? Like round after round on that ace side, it was the aggression coming out of Alexi and Aneri. And while they didn't always get the kills, they went down early as well. They made sure to get that information that, okay, there are 3 players hanging around here, 4 players coming around here, and that let Kohibi play a little bit more off her utility on that B side for the retake. So I think that proactivity is it's what's been missing from the Nyx side throughout on their defense. They've been playing really far back in an attempt to go in for that retake, but you saw exactly what happens in the last round. Despite the Cypher utility on that A side, SMG, they walk almost all the way into their spawn and just find those crucial kills. So Nyx, they need a little bit more early aggression, I think, to play off of, and that might be what can kind of change the game, because SMG, at least on attack, they seem to hold all the cards here.
Definitely true. I totally agree with your opinion as well. And again, SMG, that's their strength. Really taking up space, especially with this kind of pick that they have from the agents as well. And not only that, they actually have do this like a push and pull method where they try to make some aggression, but then again, they will pull back and re-hit the site maybe. And this time around, they're changing up the pacing yet again, trying to overwhelm the players of Nyx here. Paiti already knows there's going to be someone that's going to be the first kill that she's looking for. No stun, or rather no cancel from that 0 point, but the flash settles in and gets her away. 4v4 situation.
Spike goes down.
Spike
Aneri gets taken down, yes, but they also take care of Paiti, so there's gonna be no more camera required from side 2. Really plays spoils for Camille, though, finds the opener, another couple to boot, on track for the ace here, and she's just holding down the line along with the rest of the SMG squad. They're playing so aggressive in their post plan, knowing that they have the weapons and the numbers advantage here. The remainder of Nyx, they're gonna have to get through so much aggression to even make their way out the site. An insane shot to come out from Delbisky. Capricious of the trade as well, but still, it is a 1v2 scenario, and Shirazi and Kohibi, they're both playing hyper aggressive to boot. Just like that, SMG, they find 11. A nice attempt from Nyx, though, to be able to at least make it a bit expensive. However, looking at SMG's economy, I don't think they're going to be worrying for the rest of the game.
Well, yeah, and really difficult for them as well. They couldn't get in the trades. As far as we are looking at, it seems like when it comes to the info or the intel itself, SMG doesn't give that away for free. You could see how they take the site control here as waiting patiently. And again, because of no proactiveness coming in from Nyx, they wouldn't know if there's someone on B site. They really just have to wait until those utilities just comes crashing into the site, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, there's just no early warning system. Exactly the proactivity that you mentioned, kind of missing from the Nyx side. It seems like they've put in a lot of prep work on their attacking half, but on defense, they just look a little bit lost against the aggression that SMG have been showing, right? They're just 4-person pushing into the site here, and Aneri doesn't even care about the tripwire. She just walks through them. She sees them, and she's like, use me as bait. I get a kill, sure. I don't get a kill, that's okay.
Human initiator, my friends. That's
Just
Aneri.
Human skydog.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess, like, she's going up or gunning up on that MVPs against Alexi, so it's a challenge for her. But Delbisky right behind the side. Overdrive cancelled out here. But again, a quick trade coming in from SMG. Kohibi clears up the right corner as well. 4v3 situation. That is definitely there.
Camille able to take down Kachao as well, so that's just gonna leave Heidi and Con in an attempt to make something happen. They both find a kill each though, so that brings things down back to a 2v2. Neural Theft will smoke around the position of these remaining players as well, and Con quick to find that kill. Now down to a 1v1 though. Camille tagged by the Neural Theft, it's not gonna matter. Despite that, she finds the headshot onto Heidi. Just beautiful positioning to bring SMG to match point on their opponent's map pick. Wow.
Fortunately for Con there, it was too low of an HP for her to actually make something happen, and especially with Camille hitting those shots as well. And as you can see, she stopped fragging at this point. It might be Neri and Lexi trying to make up for it, but so far Camille is definitely creeping up on those on that leaderboard that we're looking at. But this quick replay, again, that intel that they have already, that Piety would be playing on the backside, you could just assume where the shots might be happening or where your crosshair would be afterwards.
Precious again this time around holding down the fort, able to find a Neri, but it's not gonna matter because SMG, they're watching every other angle, just ready for those impact trades to come in.
Spike
And
planted.
it's just going to come down to a 1v4. Already Seekers being popped for a little bit of extra information out of Alexi. They're just gonna be trying to follow it through. However, in that 1v1, at least Piety's able to win it out, but that said, it's just gonna be one that she finds. Again, domination coming out of SMG, 13-5 on Sunset. Just continuing their W streak through the last couple of tournaments that we've seen. Insane performance to come out of every single player on that roster. Like, look at that scoreboard, Taylor.
As Alexi would say, apparently she's not Princess Alexi anymore. In the comment section, she's Queen Alexi now. I don't know, guys. Anyway, this first map that we've looked at, we know it was a map pick by Nyx. And to be fair, that first half really gave us a glimpse of what they could do. And with more polish, I feel like this Sunset map can actually be their pocket strat or pocket pick coming in from Nyx Kyosei in the future.
I definitely think so as well. Like you mentioned, on their attacking half, they had a lot of protocols set. They were like super prepared for whatever SMG was trying to pull out of their pocket. But I think that on their defensive side, they were just not prepared for the raw aggressiveness that SMG have made their trademark over the year. Like when an area just runs through all of your tripwires, what do you even do at that point? It's just an unstoppable force meets sort of movable object. Though I think kudos to Nyx Kyosei, they did at least put up quite a show. If you think about how SMG has been pretty much stomping almost every team throughout the year, the fact that an LCQ team who's only made it to playoffs once before is putting up this kind of show, it's pretty impressive from their side.
Really, that no fear meta is helping throughout for the side of SMG here. I mean, if you think about it, how many people can be tripwired? Only one. And at the end of the day, they could be already on site while you try to pinpoint or try to swing out the player who got caught on that tripwire as well. But anyway, that was just the first game that we have right here. And it might be, when it comes to statistics, when it comes to the maps as well, like you said or mentioned a while ago, for the side of Nyx here, they should be able to get this map number 1 to really have that bigger of a chance when it comes to stats. But you just never know. It might be them being hungry for the win for the next map later on. But obviously, we have highlights as well to look at when it comes to this map as well, Zach.
Yeah, I think our paddlers have quite a bit to say. I can hear them kind of calling for it. So, Mika and Coldan, over to you guys.
I'm sorry, were we being too demanding? I was just getting like really impatient at that time because I just needed to be able to let this out. I think that Nyx Kyosei, this was admirable for them. You know, I think that, you know, they came in with some sort of plans just like Team SMG. They're just way too strong at this point, even if it's on a new map like Sunset. I do think that Nyx Kyosei, it seemed like they did have some stopping power. I mean, you did have the Cypher, you did have the Harbor as well. It's just that, like Zach put it, right? It's like, or I think it was Tayrawr who put it, you know, you just need one person to cross that utility, and then the other 4 will follow up, and that's more than enough.
Yeah, and if you look at the compositions, right, SMG's comp is so aggressive, right? You have double flashes, you have the suppress, and you have the neon as well. And for almost every single kill, or at least the majority of them, whenever I see Nyx Kyosei defending the site, they're either stunned up or flashed up before SMG, you know, take the swing and actually try to go for the frag. And that's just, you know, credit to SMG for really using their utilities to its maximum potential. Every execute was so perfectly done. Every flash, every stun, either from the neon, you know, from the Trailblazer as well. It was so perfectly placed that sometimes it feels like Nyx Kyosei just didn't have a chance, right? Maximum they get is 1, but instantly traded out. And then SMG, right? Every single player, you know, not just Kohaebi, right? She is the MVP, but everybody else putting up great numbers. And yeah, it's a masterclass showing coming in for SMG on that second half.
Yep, still haven't broken through that streak, right? They're still on a record. Of course, the series isn't done just yet, but as we pointed out during, you know, but right before this match, Coldan, it doesn't look good, especially since it's going to be Team SMG's map pick coming up next, which is going to be Ascent. And if, you know, with the similarities of Sunset and Ascent, if it goes away like how Sunset went, I'm not feeling too optimistic for Nyx Kyosei. They did, however, they did put up quite a good showing in the first half, right? There was that we were surprised that it was very close actually. But you have again a player like Kohaibi over here who, as we mentioned during the half, right, it's more than enough to hold a sight. I loved this the Sentinel kind of like showdown that they had with Piety with all of these really, really high risk and unpredictable lurks that even Team SMG were like, I'm not exactly sure where on the map she is. She's just somewhere. And you have Kohaibi, who is like, she's somewhere on the site, yes, but you can't also tell because she's just so good at weaving her way around the enemy team, right? So they're pushing onto the site, but at the same time, it's like, I think she's somewhere among us, and you have actually Shirazi, who, assisting her with all these smokes, right? It's just this amazing teamwork that's coming in to be able to set up each team member to their best ability. And yes, Kohaibi is absolutely adorable. Okay, she is a cutie. We can say that.
Yeah, perfectly, as you mentioned, right? Kohaibi just being the absolute rock for her team on the defense side. Yeah, it sometimes got a little bit dicey, but she was the reliable one that really, really held it down at the end of the day, especially on that attacking side. Honestly, she didn't really need to do much on the attacking side, right? She just needed to hold the flank. Yeah. Her teammates kind of did the work, and then she swept up and cleaned up whenever they needed her. Her aim,
it was
nobody
Kamiya's
needs to mention. Yeah, exactly. Everyone had a chance to showcase their prowess. Everyone had multi kills here, left, right, center, and as I like what you mentioned, right? Sunset is pretty similar to Ascent, and that's the next map we're gonna have. So, question marks in the air for Nyx Kyosei, but I don't know. It's gonna be a rough one on the second map at least.
Yeah, we really can't tell, right? Who knows? Maybe Nyx Kyosei is just like, okay, we're all warmed up, and now we can actually, maybe now they have Team SMG where they want them. I don't know. We really can't tell. Who knows? Maybe the power of Fifi will pull through. As we head into a break, we are going to find out when we head into Ascent. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
One enemy remaining. My ultimate is ready. Standing. One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the
Welcome back to Game Changers APAC Elite. We are on to map number 2 between Team SMG and Nyx Kyosei. And right now we are seeing Team SMG just doing Team SMG things and winning everything so far. But we are going into Ascent right now. Nyx Kyosei, we saw that the earlier map pick was quite a surprise indeed with Sunset. Right now we are going into Ascent, a more standard pick coming from Team SMG. What do you think, Coldan? Are we expecting more standard compositions here from Team SMG? We do know that sometimes they can bring out the Reyna.
Yeah, so I'm actually pretty, at least I'm pretty confident, right, that SMG are gonna be running that pretty unique comp that they actually did play, I think, once in Open 3, which is a double controller setup with Harbor as well as Viper. On the other hand, I think Nyx Kyosei will probably go back to the standard that they have been, running on 11 maps, I think, so far on Ascent, which is the standard. The standard Ascent comp, the Jed, KO, Killjoy, Omen, as well as Sova. So I will say Nyx Kyosei has an 82% win rate, but then again, it's up against SMG. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning still in SMG's favor after that kind of display on Sunset.
And I think we do have a stat here coming from Zahk, right? Shout out to Zahk, by the way, who is ever supporting us on and on desk as well. She said that it seems as though Team SMG not only have a 100% win rate so far here on the circuit, they also have a 100% win rate on Ascent. That does not look good for Nyx Kyosei, especially since, as we mentioned earlier, Coldan, they kind of drew the short straw here at Elite. So I don't know what they can pull out here to surprise Team SMG. Whatever it is, I just don't know what could possibly surprise them at this point.
I think they already tried the surprise card, right? That was the wild card that we just saw on Sunset. It looked good in the first half, but when it switched over, I think SMG, they were really, really confident on the attacking side, and I think they had a good read on how Nyx Kyosei would like to play that map. So moving into Ascent, where it's very, mid-round heavy, where a lot of the mid-round calls are very important, I think a team as strong as SMG would just have a massive advantage. The only solace that I can kind of put in Nyx Kyosei is, again, I'm going back to the prediction I made on Sunset, which is Piety. I think she's now going to be switching over to that Omen, which is her most played agent and her most successful agent. And I'm kind of relying on her to really make the difference for the team of Nyx Kyosei going into Ascent.
Yeah, and we could see Capricious switch on over to the Killjoy instead, right? And I'm a big fan, actually, of how Capricious is able to play the Killjoy. Finally, possibly seeing Khan on over to the Sova as well, and I'm a big fan of that. But again, Team SMG here, I feel like they can afford to play around right now, right? At their level, they're okay with bringing out the Reyna on the center, okay with doing a double controller, being even a little bit more experimental than that. And I feel like for Nyx Kyosei at this point, their best foot forward is still several steps behind Team SMG, and I could say the same about several teams here in Elite right now. So for Nyx Kyosei, like, they cannot make any mistakes at all. I mean, again, they're up against arguably the best team right now, the team that is anything but crowned here at Game Changers APAC. So going into Ascent, which you could say is pretty much home court for Team SMG, it's looking dicey indeed. It's looking scary. I just hope that their morale right now, their confidence, if that's all they have, then they better bring every single ounce of it.
Yeah, at the very least, moral victory. If they can bring it to a relatively close scoreline on Ascent, I think that would do great for their mental, especially, moving on to the tournament. This is still the upper brackets, of course, right? They still have a chance. The lower brackets is not game over just yet. So I think going with that, mindset, that mentality, saying that, okay, guys, this is, the best team in the region right now. Whatever damage we can do to them, whatever, if we can push them to the limit, if we can make them panic, take a couple of timeouts, get their confidence growing as well. I think moral victories here is not a bad consolation prize in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, that is something that I'm kind of looking forward to Nyx Kyosei at the very least.
Yeah, I would say so. Although we don't want to feel like, it's a little bit too desolate for Nyx Kyosei at the moment. It's just that, like, hey, again, it's a short straw, right? They do also have, some strong points here on Ascent, right? We did see that, Nyx Kyosei, I think the last time they went up on Ascent, they did have, in the center position, they had Piety actually do perform very, 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 very memorably again. And Piety just always being the anchor of Nyx Kyosei, right? I am curious to see whether it's going to be Delbisky on the duelist role, because it could also be Capricious, right? She does tend to bring out the Jet sometimes here on Ascent. So is it going to be Capricious on the Killjoy? Is it going to be Delbisky on the Killjoy? I'm wondering how they're going to be switching around the roles, switching around things, because that's definitely going to mess a little bit with the momentum that they set up for Team SMG on Ascent, on Sunset rather. So how are they going to switch around the roles, and what kind of flavor will that give Team SMG? As we head into Asia selection right now, we are going to see what indeed they have prepared. So let's get into it. Team SMG though, I'm expecting them to be a little bit playful here, but instead they go with a very standard composition here. I'm actually surprised.
They got a game face. Yeah, they got a game face on, the serious face of SMG. They're bringing out the default comp on Ascent. Mirror matchup, of course. You had that question about Delbisky versus Capricious, or which agent. Well, Delbisky, opting for that Jet. I think that's the agent that she's more comfortable with, or at least, in the same composition. And yeah, I think if it's a mirror matchup, it really shows that Team SMG do not want to mess around, right? This is a composition that they are comfortable playing. We've seen them try different comps, right? The double controller composition before, but perhaps, saving strats for later on in the tournament, perhaps, I don't know. But yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough for
it's kind of like, Team SMG saying, like, we're not smiling anymore. I mean, I think they are still smiling, but they're like, okay, it's down to business here. We want to end this very, very quickly, so let's just give them the standard. No mistakes here from any of these teams. So let's toss it on over to our casters, Tayrawr and Zahk, once again.
Thank you so much, Mika and Coldan. And of course, salamat siyang, magandang hapon, good afternoon, buenos dias, guten tag if you're from Germany. But anyway, we are finally back for game number 2. I had that memorized, Zach. Whew.
Truly international. We got our casting panel here, but I think that can be said throughout, like, for all 4 of us. back to the game though. You know, we're gonna be heading into Ascent. SMG's pick, like our panel mentioned, this agent comp, it shows that they're not really here to mess around. They want to get it over with as soon as possible. Though I was really looking forward to that Reyna, because I will tell you this, Eliza, every time I cast this map, it is the same agent comp. Like, come on, guys, give
We're
us
done
something to
with
talk about.
Bring back
Please.
Fracture now. We're over. Ascent, man, it's gonna be that default setup yet again. But I do think, again, having a KO really powerful, especially shutting down those traps if you need to with those Killjoy setups. But we are looking at a mirror matchup anyway, Zach. Are you expecting aggressiveness or really just default setups all throughout?
Well, from SMG, I'm definitely expecting aggressiveness. Whether they're on attack or defense, I don't care. I know that Aneri has a tendency to just push through mid or A main or whatever she's feeling
so
like.
cute.
So, yes, Fifi buff. I think that Nyx really needed at this point. We were talking about the Fifi buff throughout that LCQ and how it got them here, but it's gonna have to go a little bit further as we do head into Ascent. And remember, Nyx, they're already a map down. They lost Sunset. They had a pretty good first half, but they could not win a single round when the side switched over to defense. And on Ascent, like our panel did mention, 100% win rate so far for SMG. I think that the closest that anybody got to be able to deal with them was about 13-8. That was the most rounds that anyone's gotten against SMG on this map. The average is like 13-4, 13-1. I think the first ever game they played this year on Ascent was a 13-0, so definitely one of their strongest maps.
Like you said and the panel said a while ago, it is still so far 100% win rate for SMG. But the good side here for any teams going up against SMG is that they can VOD review out of it. You know, they have so much videos of this and they can learn actually what the setups would be. That's still Bisky securing a double kill immediately towards Market here. And again, that's a much needed take.
Oh, and Eri just goes past it. Perfect flash to buy a little bit more time for Delbisky to stay alive. However, Kohaibi walking through B main, takes the fights, finds the first, looks for a little bit more, but Delbisky with the Sheriff still making it sing. Finds Alexi to boot. Now regrouping with the rest of the team. They have spike control in Market. SMG, they're going to have to go a little bit back to retrieve it. And the numbers advantage is finally in favor of Nyx in this pistol round. The door gets closed. They have to play this out perfectly here with the numbers being as low as they are. And Nyx themselves, they've all regrouped to play together for the trades, which is really nice.
Little bit of a mishap there on Market as they tried to take it away, but this recon gonna get shut down from the side of SMG. That's gonna be the cross, or rather the double trouble setup coming in from SMG as well on that post-plant situation. And yet again, they were trying to control that stairs all throughout and no one on lane.
Very unfortunate, but you know, apart from this really nice start for Nyx, I think the mistake that they really made was giving SMG that space to play with, especially once they had control of the spike. They tried to take the they tried to take the 3v2, but when that spike was going down, they had the opportunity to make it a 3v1 as Kohaibi was kind of stuck planting that spike. So a little bit of missed timings and also just insane shots coming out on the side from the SMG squad. They make that round what looked really, really bad in the beginning. They turned it back around here, and I think that's exactly what they needed now in Eri. Guardian in hand, looking for those early picks towards short, but Nyx themselves, they're playing really passively here with the kind of guns they have.
Yeah, they could just wait as well and try to stack onto a site and maybe get info and make a retake happen. But I think that 0 point will actually detect Gachao as well, all the way from Market. This is, again, the SMG way that we've seen from Sunset a while ago. No noise at all. And at the same time, when the time is right, they would throw all in when it comes to their utilities and make it a little bit overwhelming for the side of Nyx. But this knife, though, really big for them. That's going to be 5 people detected.
Oh my god, all 5 of them caught out. It's not going to really stop them from walking into sight because it seems like Nyx were playing for retake, but at least Nyx now know that B is going to be where that push is coming. The spike itself gets planted, and you can see that SMG, they're all playing on site for the post plant. At least for a while, you see the trademark aggression coming out of them now as it takes the space. Oh, Kohaibi with the Sheriff, able to find the shot onto Patricius. Alexi for a second as well. At least Delbisky through the Market area, able to find some success with the Sheriff to find an opener, denying the flawless, but with 34 HP left, the entire SMG squad. They're just
OMG.
spraying her through, peppering her down in the smoke, and there's just really not much that she can do here. If that dark cover goes away, there's just gonna be so many players looking at her, and Shirazi will be the one to find that kill.
It's like watching
Oh my
Star
God.
Wars. No shots connecting
Stormtrooper
on that point, you know. But nevertheless, it is what it is. A 2-0 coming in here, and SMG takes that away yet again. But as you can see, Delbisky quite strong on this share of shots, I would say. A lot of takes coming in here, and a lot of pickoffs coming in from their side. And I think, especially moving forward, this would help them a lot in eco rounds when they have that ult covering them up for the side of Delbisky. But other than that, an Odin has been pulled out.
Odin indeed, and I feel like there's no better power couple than Odin's on Ascent in the hands of a Sova. It's like a power triple thruple. I don't know the word exactly for it, but yeah, it's like the best combination that you really see coming into play. And I feel like Con really needs the opportunity to just utilize it, because so far in these rounds, SMG, they've been excellent at taking a lot of mid control right off the bat. They've done the conditioning to make that mid and B split the expectation so far, as they look to go towards A instead. And I think how the fights play out on short, it's gonna kind of decide how the remainder of the round goes through here. The Paranoid just connect with their own Sova, but a beautiful flash. It's gonna force an area back at least for a little bit. Counter coming in. Wivey on meantime to find these kills on an area as well to take down both towards short, and just like that, SMG, they find not only the opening kills, another one for an area, but also the side. Now just caught in a 1v5. It might be better to just save, and that's the call. Look at her.
To be
She wants nothing to
fair,
do with it.
Zahk, that setup coming in from Nyx was actually perfect, all utility-wise. When it comes to Alexi, even her drone was blinded. And aside from that, here on short or towards trees, the delay was definitely there. It just seems like SMG isn't afraid of anything, or isn't afraid of taking control and fighting over a spot here or a space to be controlled. And so far, this Odin might be saved for the time being. Expensive, I would say, but much needed. And that shot coming in from Inari just shuts it down quite easily.
That's the Anero we all know and love. You know, about this particular player, I think that a little bit of history while we wait for the next round to start. For everyone who hasn't been following APAC, which I'm sure is a very minority, very minor minority, yes, I actually said that, but they were winning almost every single Game Changer event from 2021 until 2022 last year, where they fell in Elite, and Inari didn't get a chance to go to Berlin to represent APAC at that championship. It's her do-over this year, and it's been her dream to really make that happen. And you can see exactly why she is one of the most talented players we have in this APAC side of things. 4K for her to start things off, and I feel like she genuinely deserves the title of just the most aggressive player to ever touch this game, because the way she slays, man.
Drone fight towards B main here as well. Battle of drones, but so far no movements aside from SMG trying to creep up. Especially they have control over market. It's gonna be a surprise towards that Sova and Con to go down yet again. 5v4 situation. Capricious on the shots itself. I've seen her done this multiple times. Even made a video about it. But let's see what it can do for the time being, as SMG, again with this lockdown quite open, no contest at all. It's an eco for Nyx.
Swarm grenade.
Oh my god, they're 4-person pushing into spawn here to try and find these kills, these openers. A little bit of molly action is going to make them fall back, at least take out a little bit of space in the corner. It's going to be the Bucky to take down Shirazi. I don't think Shirazi was expecting that. Trades come in, and Nyx, they still keep the numbers looking pretty good. Ivy finds those 2 kills, looking for the 3rd, will succeed, and SMG, they extend their lead to 4. For a second, it got a bit dicey there, but Kohivi's positioning, as always, just chef's kiss.
Not too bad for an eco here coming in from Nyx, especially when SMG actually took full control of the site itself. And with the last 2 remaining players, at least a little bit of a dent towards that economy side. But yet again, it's a 4-0. And Fifi already asking for a timeout here. Maybe a little treat on the side if much needed. But anyway, they just have to readjust and really replan and map out what will happen for this next round. This is their next official buy round, basically. And they really want to make those... it's not just about the utilities connecting, but also making those shots connect as well, Zach.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to these aim battles, right, SMG, they're winning out most of the time. However, Nyx, on this map, they've looked a little bit ready to punish them for over-aggressing. Like that last round, for example, you could see Aneri just running into spawn to try and find a couple of kills until Capricious shut her down with a sheriff's shot. That said, though, I think that, again, it's what was missing from Nyx on that previous map, the proactivity that you really want to see, that early information that garner and maybe take those fights head to head. Instead, they're just letting Aneri take up so much space for free, whether it's towards market or her dashing in through B main. They're just letting her find those huge openers, and it goes completely uncontested. I think that it's going to be pretty important for Nyx to get that operator online as soon as possible, because that will let them control the lane much easier. That said, though, solo aggression is not the way. Capricious, she goes for the swing a little bit ahead of that recon dart, and Aneri, as always, just there for the punish.
Especially as a sentinel as well. This just eliminates all the traps that she could have set up on the site itself, but I guess she wasn't expecting that much of an aggression. But if you're playing against SMG, it's very much expected. An area on the way to lane already. They're all the way to the side. No one checks, but there's gonna be that kill that they're looking for as well on towards Switch. Now, with the Switch being closed off, it's a 5v3.
Again, numbers overwhelmingly in favor of SMG. I think Khan was trying to play anti-flash there, but Kawaibi just jumps in and would be like, wait a minute, that's not our Sova. That's the opponent Sova, and takes her out of the equation. Now, like you mentioned, 5v3, no real retake ults available here. Kachao, though, too often null command, so a couple of kills might do them a favor. That said, though, a beautiful recon from Princess Alexi will spot out the remainder of the squad. It's just an area with the knives now to find that final kill, and SMG, it's a 5-0 lead that they have so far. And I think that after this map, the one point of data that I would be really interested to see is how many first kills Aneri got, because I think so far she is 5 out of 5. Apart from that first round, 4
I
out
mean,
of 5.
she already had her ult at this point and really not saving it for anything despite having a Vandal. Really doesn't care. And so far, Kohaibi with 11-0 is also really big for SMG here. It's not just Aneri stepping up to the table or to the plate here, but also Kohaibi as well since game number 1. So far, a 5-0, a very clean rounds, or rather clean rounds coming in here from SMG side. Destroying that turret as well gives a little bit of an info towards Nyx. Smoke off towards that as well, but this is what SMG does yet again, a push and pull. But now with that ult, this would be the take.
Yeah, they're just, again, storming their way in. Nullcommand shutting down this utility. However, Khan still willing to play spoil sport on site. Only able to find one, though, before the kills go in. The Nullcommand also effectively shutting down Delviski's blades for the duration of the round, so she couldn't find any of those cringe updraft Bladestorm kills that we're so used to seeing from Jets on this particular map. That said, though, beautiful suppressed to come out.
Oh no.
Just catch both of them to boot, so they know exactly where the remainder of these players are coming from. They're gonna have to try to somehow isolate these fights. The utility usage from SMG just so much to deal with, though. Overwhelming Nyx as they try to find some kind of space on the site.
remaining.
Goes forward, but with the angle is perfect for the kill. It's just a 1v3, and Delvisky almost gets wallbanged right there. It's about the exits that she can find. At least tries to take down one, but Shirazi, again, the SMG awareness, it's across the map, totally in the team, and this is why they are, at this juncture, the super team for APAC. Like, I think that was their tagline when it was formed, right? They picked up, like, players from every single successful roster from last year, put them in a team, and they were like, yeah, go kill.
So far, it's a picture-perfect play. If you think about it, the delay was completely there. You have a drone covering Piety, basically, and you also have a recon towards the Bisky. It was too difficult for them to retake or make a retake happen at that point. 6-0, and now we are looking at Nyx, finally an investment or a heavy investment towards that operator, with the rest of the team just an unequal disadvantage as well.
There's a shorty in the smoke, and I think Piety has already found one kill. but with the help of this weapon in one of those previous eco rounds. That said though, for the side of Nyx, they have a lot of these ults to work with, in particular this operator hero buy from Delbisky. It might be enough to find these crucial openers. Oh my god, that shot doesn't connect though, and that's really unfortunate. That could have been it. A second one goes wide as well, and already there's so much pressure towards the short area. Finally, Delbisky makes it work out, takes an area. That's the tip of the spear down. This eco round looks a little bit more viable for the side of Nyx Kyosei. Unfortunately, Khan tries to go for a peek with the Marshall, gets taken out by Shirazi, which brings the numbers back to even footing.
Those two shots were the opening, the space that they needed. But they were able to secure a kill though, and this is Capricious on the corner. Not enough on the damage itself. Not the damage at all, I would say. And with the presence detected here, Delbisky will need to reposition as well. Paranoia connecting even just a tad bit of that as well. It will still connect, and again, SMG getting ready for that post plan.
4v3 situation, and I remember only Delbisky has the gun to work with here, the operator in hand. It might be better for her to just try to save it while the rest of the team tries to make an attempt at finding some kind of value. Heidi leading the charge kind of with this Bucky in hand. Unfortunately, Kachao will be taken down by Camille. A little bit of a KO diff there with the weaponry, and it's just going to be these two players playing around the smoke, maybe catching out some exits. Apart from that, it's just another SMG round all the way. We're looking at a 7-0 lead here. Oh no, the operator gets spotted out as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if SMG go on the hunt. It's just down to Delbisky, and it's not even about how many kills she can find. It's about her just staying alive, desperately fighting for her life. But it's not going to be happening. SMG, are they even going to take the operator? Because they're just happy to just plow through right now.
Yeah, they're just happy to take that away in the hands of Nyx here. And especially for her side, like you said, they were really going to go for that hunt. They have lots of money to play around with, economy to play around with, and not other than that, it's another stop towards Nyx's plans in the future and the next following rounds. Anyway, they still have money to buy though for those Vandals. Only half of the shields as we can look at Nyx's, and other than that, it's just the perfect timing for utility-wise when it comes to this double innie.
Oh no, towards B main, it's going to be Kohaibi who's on the board. Triple peek coming in towards her, a little bit too much even for the likes of Kohaibi to deal with, and that will be first blood going in favor of Nyx for the first time in many rounds since that pistol. That said though, oh, a beautiful fling off the back of the Paranoia from Capricious to find another two. That's gonna get them control of the spike as well. Now 2v5 situation.
Wait, isn't Mary here?
Overwhelmingly behind. She came in through short. They tried to use the null command to make a play, but unfortunately it will be just a 2v5. Make it a 2v4. And Ari finds that opener. Heidi hangs around. If they can find this kill, it might make things a little bit more viable, and they do indeed. 2v3 situation, slowly but surely SMG narrowing down the gap here. Delbisky looking to take another fight as they push forward, but an Ares crosshair placement, it's not going to be good enough. The trades finally in favor of Nyx as they find their first round. Really, really well played. I think especially that crunch towards main off the back of that Paranoia. Incredible work.
Yeah, really, really good Paranoia coming in here from Piety. Basically made this kills from Capricious happen completely. And other than that, surprisingly, Inari, and obviously for the KO as well, helping her out. Seemed like it was a switch of a defense and attack. But other than that, the trades, making sure that the trades are there. Nyx Kyosei was able to secure one round here. It's a 7-1, and so far, you just need that little spark to make something happen, and maybe that confidence boost can take you round after round after round.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Talking about confidence though, it's SMG walking up mid with all the confidence in the world. Your alarm bot gonna be broken to boot, and towards this main, you're putting some additional pressure on this A side. It's a split too short, and the Paranoia this time connects, but still Inari able to find the kill onto Piety in that close range. Lockdown trigger to boot to find a little bit of additional space on the site, and it seems like they're gonna be just trying to play this 4v4 retake as Delbisky finds another kill. Capricious catches Shirazi on the cross to boot, and now SMG, they're behind in numbers once again until Camille finds that kill, so 3v3.
Miyu catching Kashao off guard here. Camille, on the other hand, that's two crossed already. On the other hand, will try to get and punish one more player. This is Capricious being more proactive as we look into this next map, but this is also a Hunter's Fury to shut that ult from the Killjoy down as well. Completely shut down, and Kohybe, it's just gonna be a crossfire setup from SMG.
I really like that play coming out of SMG there. Like, you could see how Alexi was waiting towards main, knowing that the lockdown was a possibility for that retake, and Kohybe was happy to play on site because of that. I think that it's just good reads coming out from SMG throughout. That said, though, that could have been Nyx's round, especially with how Delbisky was able to find a kill along with Capricious. Camille, though, despite that lockdown, right, the aggression that she was showing to be able to take up that space and find that triple here, I think that's what really made this round another SMG win. She found both players towards short, no trade incoming until Capricious finally swings out, and it's just this lack of awkward spacing that we're seeing from Nyx on their attempts to kind of come back together that SMG are just using to shred them apart. We've seen this round after round here.
A timeout actually coming in from SMG's side. Maybe
They're
Alexi
mad
needs
they
a
lost
bite.
the round.
She needs a little snack to make rounds happen here. But anyway, with this as well, Nyx down the drain when it comes to that economy again. But we've seen them actually hit good sheriff shots as well. So you cannot really discount a thrifty round here coming in from Nyx. It just so happens that SMG, when it comes to utility usage, they basically just perfected this map on their end.
For sure. I think that we've seen some insane lineups coming out of Camille for the fragments. Kohybe with her toaster oven killer killjoy setups. It's just so difficult for them to really deal with it. But now we're going to be seeing that proactivity that we found so lacking in the past coming out of Nyx in their equal round. SMG, though, they read it perfectly. They dropped the idea of contesting mid and just used the null command to try and make their way into the site. Oh, it's going to be the from the shadows to spot out Capricious. She finds an area at least, but it will just be a 1-for-1 trade as Camille shuts her down. Spike itself, they didn't pass it on the B side, and that was an awkward retake with almost no information available for Nyx Kyosei.
No choice for Capricious there, especially the recon settles in on the back end of the site as well. At least she was able to take one before she gets shut down. This is going to be the flash trying to just delay the players of Nyx and making a retake happen. Kohybe holding down the fort yet again, a triple for her. Finding another, that's going to be Con on that sheriff, but not enough to kill 3 more players. That's SMG securing a 9-1.
This is Nyx's defensive side as well. So most teams, they tend to have a little bit of a better performance on defense than the opposite side. And I think for Nyx, though, looking at how they played Sunset, they did find most of their success on attack. So maybe we can hope for a little bit of a comeback in that second half. They are going to have an operator online once again in Khan's hands, which is a little interesting. Usually you don't see the Sova pick up the operator of all the weapons, but maybe that's the kind of surprise that they really need to give to SMG, the way that this map has been going so far. Looking at the numbers, it's just been a very uneven trade. The cross gets spotted as well by an Airy, and she decides not to really try to venture into that particular area after hearing the op shot sink through. Very quick adjustment to try and go towards A short instead.
It's going to be that push and pull yet again from SMG's side. They chose A short instead. Alexi to start off with the drone, leading that charge. They closed off the doors here already. No more info for you, Alexi. So far, it's still a 5v5 as Shirazi shuts down one, make it a 5v4. This is going to be an area trying to punish or trying to push A main, but instead they'll Delbisky to meet her from behind. Con with the operator. Will she push this? I think a save would have been better, but again, that shots from that shock dart as well connecting might be the opening she's trying to look or find.
Aww. Unlucky there. Con with the operator, not really able to do too much. Tries to go for the shot on the planter, but that was just a distraction. You could see the jiggling from main from Shirazi, just that final boss that you really don't want to face. I feel like for SMG, the problem for any team that goes up against them is that, sure, you know, sometimes you think, okay, Neri's the final boss, Kohybe's the final boss, but every single player on this team has the potential to be that final boss kind of situation. 1v3, no problem. You toss them in, and the odds are that they're gonna clutch it out, and that's exactly what makes them. Is the reason for them just having such a dominating run through APAC so far. And they're able to judge this time. Dashes in quickly. Little bit of backspacing from Kondo will take her down. However, the 26 HP, the damage in an area is already done. Will be enough to take care of Kachao thanks to Fragment. A very quick plant and execute comes in. And in this last round and a half, Nyx, they're once again in this kind of position where they have to retake. At least this time they have a couple of ults.
Not today, as they say, or they tell Inari, but this is going to be the Hunter's Fury coming in from on. It actually connects the two players. That's going to be a triple kill for her already. Camu already low in the HP. Shorty out for her onto the face. That's going to be Delbisky securing the kill. And again, a round finally for Nyx here to close it off to a 2-10.
That was such a W, Hunter's Fury, to be able to take not one but two players on site with it exactly what you want to see from your Sova player. 2-10, sure, the numbers could look a little bit better, but hey, SMG, they have a reputation for being dominant on this map, so it's gonna be a little bit of an uphill battle, a lot of an uphill battle, in fact, for Nyx to bring this back here. But before we head into that second half, I do believe that I would like to hear from our panelists about what they have to say about what we've seen so far.
Well, wish granted, Zahk, you will hear from us indeed. I just have to say, though, you can't make SMG start an attack. Like, that's it. That's it. I mean, I mean, the score speaks for itself, right? This team is incredibly aggressive, and then you're going to give them the momentum on attack. It's like you already kind of know how the map will play out at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a masterclass coming in from SMG. I see great sparks of inspiration, of ideas coming in for the Nyx Kyosei side, right? They had some good plays, but they just couldn't connect the dots. And the gunfire, right? The mechanical skill SMG is just so strong in any instance, right? You pair two of them up together and they form an instant crossfire anywhere they decide to push. So it's so difficult to try to siege that kind of an opponent.
Yeah, the teamwork is just coming out in every single round, and it just feels like they have each other's back 100%, like no matter where they are, right? And it's going to be incredibly difficult for Nyx Kyosei to kind of turn this around, especially with the momentum so strongly on the side of SMG. But we're gonna see. I mean, our casters did make a point that Nyx Kyosei did start pretty well on attack on the other map, so we'll see if they can have that and manage to channel that as we step back into Ascent.
Teamwork makes the dream work when it comes to that analysis as well. And Zach, the thing about it for Nyx's side, I feel like they just need to be a little bit of a boost when it comes to the confidence itself, because they really hit the shot so far, and even the utilities as well from a while ago.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that first round, it shows that Nyx Kyosei, they're not like slouches when it comes to the aim department. Delbisky got 3 with the Sheriff, all of them headshots, by the way. So definitely they have the potential. I think that it just comes down to the fact that they're relatively a newer team and they don't have as much experience. I say as much because I'm sure that Capricious, Kachao, and Piety, they've been playing since Game Changers was a thing here. So for SMG, they just have a little bit of a deeper map pool and experience when it comes to the scene. So I think in time, Nyx might be a bit better, but right now it's just the Inari show 2 Sheriff shots to the head. She says, if Delbisky can do it, I can do it too. And across the map, SMG winning these duels out. A third for Inari, she's on the hunt. And while she won't get the 4th, Shirazi will a flawless pistol to start things off here. And this is exactly what we want to see out of a defending squad on Ascent sometimes. Just that careless kind of push with all the confidence in the world, and Inari getting a 3K. Just another day at the office for her, I think.
Those 2 initial shots hurts for the side of Nyx there. As soon as you peeked, you basically didn't see 5 seconds of the round at that point. And so far, 11-2 for the side of Nyx here. Fifi, give the buff, take the rounds. Let's do it. We still have time. Inari with this Marshall. Let's see if she can take a shot or make a shot happen here. 49 HP remaining. And again, for Nyx, they tried to push, or rather, they tried to pull again for that positioning.
Kachao has done some damage though, so we'll be able to take out Ineri thanks to chipping down that armor. First blood going in favor of Nyx Kyosei. The problem is that they only really have that Marshall to work with against the much heavier substantial purchase coming out of the SMG squadron. Now that they have found an opening door towards short though, it's interesting to see where exactly they want to try and commit. B, they make a little bit of a foray towards it, spots the turret out, and Capricious will just settle into the corner here. So the problem is that you already do see the adjustment coming out of SMG's side. Once that noise towards B is spotted, they're playing a little bit more aggressive towards A. So this 3v2 confrontation on A main, it might decide how the rest of the round plays out.
Let's see though, a little bit slower on the side here of Nyx, and that's gonna be SMG punishing them away. 3 versus 2 still for this time around, but make it a 3v1 as Alexi tries to rake up the points before the game closes off. Alexi, again, after she recons, she takes a bite, you know, that's why she's just chilling. Good trades.
Good trades. It was the best that Nyx could do with the kind of buy they had, and there were only 2 players left alive, so SMG's bonus is gonna look a little bit difficult unless they fully invest in this round, which you can see them doing. But that said, this is match and series point for SMG, 1 round away from moving on in that upper bracket, and it's been domination on this map so far. I think that for them, they're feeling all the confidence in the world here as we head into Elite, and it's showing in their gameplay. Like, look at every single one of their players. Alexi is 4-7, not because that she's having a bad game, it's because that the rest of the team, they're just slaying out. Kohabi already has 18 kills on the Killjoy, and she's barely even pushing through.
Alexi mad at B long or B main, but other than that, it's gonna be Nyx trying to go A side. This recon is beautiful though for the time being. Pikey to get one. A good trade coming in from Kamiyu. It's trades after trades. 2v2 situation. This is a make or break. Maybe one more round. That's what Nyx trying to say.
Spike planted.
1v2 situation. This is Alexi's chance. Princess Alexi's chance to step it out. Her position gets spotted by the turret, and unfortunately she's not able to use the Odin to get that quick trade. Problem with really using the Odin in these kind of situations is it takes a little bit too long to shoot with compared to a Phantom or Vandal. That said, really nice execute to come out of Nyx. They kind of just threw all caution through the wind and waiting for that quick A execute, and they were really rewarded for it because of how effective they were at trading each other.
This is what exactly they need though for so far on the rounds that we are looking at. Even on game number 1, when it comes to those trades, there's just a little bit of that delay, and that little bit of a delay is what makes SMG try to make up and really fully utilize those time that Ineri just pushes through. Ineri, yet again on this one-way smoke, not gonna be enough this time around as Kon shuts her down.
That's a good opener there for Nyx's side. Half the numbers in their favor as they look to go for their attack. However, Kamiyu and Shirazi with these sheriffs are just shredding through these players on site. Nyx, they will be able to get that flag down, but numbers still remain in favor of SMG. You can already see the paranoia. It's going to connect with multiple people as they try to go in for that retake. SMG, all they have to do is hit the nail on the head with these headshots. A flash peek coming out of Kamiyu, but Capricious more than ready for the corner. He's able to find these kills. The lineup is almost there. It's just down to Kohabi. A 1v2, almost no HP left to work with. Spots the first player, but Capricious, she's been the hero in these last couple of rounds, and a 3k for her will keep Nyx Kyosei in this.
They really need that aggression, even or despite her being that sentinel as well. And when you have that confidence that you can really take on the kills itself, why not, right? Nothing to lose at this point any longer. And SMG side 12-4. They only need 1 round here to really take it a 2-0. But Nyx, Fifi's not giving up, Zach. They're not just gonna give this away to the side of SMG. And you never know, we might be even seeing a comeback starting to happen.
It's the Fifi buff.
It's the Fifi
shall all
buff.
pray to our Lord and Savior Fifi. For Nyx, we got a couple more rounds in this match. A little bit of an awkward confrontation towards mid, but towards B main is where the action is really happening as SMG gets aggressive right off the bat, finds 4 kills to their name, and it's now just down to Delbisky. She's on B side and she's surrounded by both Ineri as well as Hybe. The contact takes it, wins the fight against Ineri, but that gives her position away right now. A 1v3, and the spike, it's not in her possession. She has to go back for it. at least has time to work with a minute on the clock. But how these fights play out, the position of SMG, it's gonna make it so difficult for her to make anything happen.
Not too bad though. It's only Camille really looking at her spot. She takes the shot in. 4 bullets remaining. And this smoke maybe would help her out actually. Rotation coming in. Maybe A side. Huge probability it would be A side. She already saw the traps of the Killjoy as well. But so far, she's trying to play the cards right. She has the Blade Storm
30
up and
seconds
online.
left.
Kohabi checks the corner, and that's gonna be it for SMG. They take it to a 2-0.
Yeah. Fight coming back from Fifi and Co towards the second half of that map, but unfortunately the damage was done in the first. That 10-2 scoreline and the pistol loss afterwards, just a little bit too much for them to come back from. However, I think that we did see a couple of incredible rounds coming out of Nyx Kyosei, so definitely going to be looking forward to seeing if they can make it through that lower bracket for a little bit of a comeback revenge match against SMG. But for SMG, just another day at work, 2-0, moving on to the upper bracket, getting ready for their next game. Nothing super new here that we've really seen, Eliza.
Still, so far, 100% win rate for when it comes to Ascent. So far,
Hey,
so
keep it
good
up.
for the side of SMG. I mean, Alexi just recons, and after that, okay, guys, 30-second break. I go eat. Okay, timeout, guys. And that's basically it for them, right? But so far, obviously, for the side of SMG, they've perfected this map. It's quite difficult for them to really be punished at this point. But will it continue? That's going to be the question. So far right now, we're going to, I think, pass it on to our panel to really talk about this first series that we had today. Mika and Coldan, take it away.
I mean, Team SMG just doing Team SMG things. I will just leave it at that. It is what we expected this to be, other than the surprising map pick of Sunset. I do believe, this is pretty much how we expected a Team SMG to make a bang here at Elite, right? I think what was surprising, though, was that Nyx Kyosei was able to fight back in very crucial rounds, right? Even that very last round, Delbisky actually kind of had me hoping just a little bit, but it just goes to show that Team SMG, they're just on another level here at Game Changers APAC, Coldan.
Yeah, I mean, the display on Ascent, I think that is the expected result. I don't think anyone's going to be too surprised with that. But I think that's the traditional SMG that we've all grown to love and watch tournament after tournament. This time around, again, they swapped over to the second side, and it was honestly just as you mentioned, classic SMG doing classic SMG things. But as you mentioned, right, Nyx Kyosei, they did put up a decent fight. They did show some signs of brilliance, and they are still in the tournament, just going down to that lower bracket. But yeah, SMG still going to be staying alive, as we all kind of predicted in this upper bracket. And yeah, it'll be curious to see how things pan out, especially with their Sunset kind of semi-revealed. But I think that will have to be seen in the coming days.
Interestingly enough, I just realized that this is the first time actually that Team SMG brought out this particular composition on Ascent. As in this with the KO, Killjoy, Jet, Omen, and Sova exactly. So usually you might have a little something in there, like maybe an Astra suddenly in there, or maybe there's even a Sage. But this is the first time that they're actually using this exact composition, which everybody knows as the default Ascent composition, right? So interesting indeed. But they look very comfortable indeed on this. I don't think they were taken out of their comfort zone at all in this map.
Yeah, even though this is their first time picking this comp, it feels like it's just another day in the office for them. Everyone was able to do their duties, to play their role to perfection. MVP going to the KO, right? Camille, fantastic utilities thrown by her. You saw the great flashes as well as the suppression from the 0 point. Actually, really deterred Nyx on multiple occasions. So it's a great showing again from them. Utilities on point. Look at the stats. First kills, yeah, SMG 10-7 to Nyx, which is honestly not too bad. But I think when it came down to the nitty gritty, right, in the later rounds especially, SMG was just way cleaner.
Yeah, K Mio is the name of the game for Team SMG. Also, again, Kohaibi is still managing to consistently perform that well. And Inari, I don't even think she really broke a sweat, right? We did see those incredible shots wherein suddenly she peaks and she takes down 2 or maybe even 3 with, with that iconic sheriff. But I really don't think that this was Team SMG really pushed at all, right? We're
No.
gonna save that for a little bit later into Elite right now. Next Kyosei, though, it is not over for them. They are the first team into our lower bracket, and we're gonna see how they're gonna fight as their backs are against the wall right now. And Team SMG looks like the win streak, this incredible win streak, continues, Coldan.
Yeah, who knows how long more this win streak is gonna go on for? Right? It feels like we're just waiting for that combo breaker for someone to finally, get that win over SMG. I don't know if we're gonna see in this tournament, but we'll never know, right? Especially if Breeze and Sunset in, we saw already like the first map being a very interesting one. But I think I want to put a bit of focus on Nyx Kyosei, right? Despite them going down to SMG 2-0, I still think they have a decent chance to make a pretty deep run. I like the ideas that they have brought into this series so far. I like that very confident pick of Sunset. It just tells me that they have done their preparation, right? There's no way you're gonna pick into Sunset without doing your work up against the best team in the tournament. And Ascent, yeah, it was a one-sided affair, but I like the ideas that they brought in, right? We saw them being aggressive. They tried to take mid control as well. It didn't really work out in the end. But again, as I mentioned, right, they have that idea in there. They brought in the new coach of Xie, who was coaching KDA previously, now coming into this team, giving them more ideas. And I like the playstyle that they have as well. So very curious to see how they will play on in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think that also like for next Kyosei, right? You have to remember that this is a roster that was formed like a lot later than Team SMG, of course. I think it was open too for this team. So they don't have as much of a hive mind, I guess, that Team SMG has. Although it is getting there, you are seeing those plays, right? And you do have players again like Capricious and even Kachao and and Con also, who have just been like such mainstays here at Game Changers. So they are not out of the running just yet, right? They're not out of the running just yet. They still have another chance. And right now we do have an interview coming up, by the way, from Alexi of Team SMG. So do stay tuned for that. I also do have to say, Coldan, this is just like a side comment, just because I'm dying right now. These hoodies are not made for Southeast Asian weather, can I just say? But I'm gonna stick with it. I will abide by my choice to have represented this. But right now I'm like, oh my gosh, it's hot,
Respect.
okay? It's hot. I believe Alexi and the rest of Team SMG are on the line. So let's bring them up to your screens. Alexi and friends, are you guys there? Can you hear us? Over here.
Hi.
Aww, so
Can you hear me?
sweet. Yes,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you. Hello, Alexi. We have a couple of questions for you guys. Congratulations on the win. Another win yet again. You guys haven't lost, I think, since last year. This entire year, you guys haven't lost yet. Are you guys feeling additional pressure because of this? Because I feel like you have to have this kind of mentality like, okay, how long can this go on? Does it, guys, make you feel worried or uneasy?
I think we always still got the pressure because we know that all people are all eyes on us, So, but at the end of the day, we don't worry about it, and we just need to focus on our games and goals.
Actually,
Alright.
I have a question. A bit more technical, right? It's regarding Sunset. I don't know if you guys were surprised or not, but picking Sunset as the first map, do you think that Nyx Kyosei was trying to, throw a curveball in, try to take you down, expose your strats a little bit, or were you guys really confident in playing that map with that new comp, I guess, that you're showing off to the world?
I think at first we're trying to hide our sunset comp because it's quite weird. If you can see like Neon, KO, and Sky, and Astra. But I think we managed pretty well. So, yeah.
A little unexpected, but I think you guys would be fine, right? This is a question actually coming from Tayrawr. She's wondering, will you have good sleep? Finally.
You have good sleep?
No!
She said no.
No sleep. Not yet, right? The job's
Yeah.
not done. The job is not done. I do have another question for you guys. Of course, like, Coldan did mention like Sunset, for example, and Breeze. This was like a wild card that I guess you guys weren't expecting. Does this, I guess, like, affect the game plan for this entire week going into Elite? Is this something that you guys don't have to go into detail for this answer, but is this something that you guys might need to work around?
I think it's only the first game of the whole tournament, and we still got more to go, and maybe people need to wait for the spicy moments soon. So yeah.
Oh, Coldan, do you have a
Teasing
final
us.
question?
Actually,
I
I
know.
do. I guess for the entirety that SMG has this roster has been alive for. We saw Full Send Sapphire actually take take a couple of maps off of y'all in this whole year. But I'm just curious to see if you guys think that is Full Send Sapphire kind of like the next best team? Are they your biggest opponent, or is RQ Kaguya perhaps up there as well? Like who do you guys think are your biggest opponents right now?
Our biggest opponent right now, I think we're expecting
Nobody.
everyone. Yeah, nobody. We just need to win until grand finals and see who's gonna be against us, I guess.
Awesome.
So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Whoever it is, they'll take it down.
Laser focused onto their goal. It could be Nyx Kyosei, it could be Scythe, it could be anybody. It's just that Team SMG, they know what they want. Thank you very much, ladies. Congratulations on your win
you.
once again. And hopefully you guys can rest well. Please rest well, Inari, tonight.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Congrats.
Well, you heard it from Alexia. The spicy moments are yet to come. That means, well, I think we kind of knew it, but we haven't seen anything from Team SMG just yet.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what else they have up their sleeve, and I think other teams in the tournament might push them to the edge to kind of force them into that play style, use those strats that they've been hiding. Already, first day, we've got an insane Sunset as the first map, and I can't wait to see more of SMG, and whatever strategies they might have in their back pocket.
And I can't wait to see more of Sunset as well. I mean,
Yeah,
like
that's
I
true. That's
told
true.
you earlier, right? I told you earlier, it's like, I feel like if we don't see Sunset today, we might not see it at all. So I guess we're seeing it for the rest of the week. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just
Manifest
saying. I'm just manifesting indeed. But that is the end for Team SMG and Nyx Kyosei. For now, we will move on to our second series of the day right after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere. VCT Game Changers, APAC Elite. We'll be right back.
One enemy remaining.
Nailed him.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Enemy kill.
Last player standing.
One down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. 30 seconds left.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808.
what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to
Welcome back, guys, to VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. You are back here on the panel with myself, Mika Fabs, and Coldan. And we just saw an amazing performance by Team SMG, continuing their win streak as usual, and a daring pick by Kyosei on Sunset for our first series. Very memorable first series indeed, but I think our second series here, Coldan, can step up to the challenge and beat that standard as well. This is an interesting matchup because I would say it's a bit more on even ground, maybe. Both of these teams do have an uphill challenge, to say the least, because there are a lot of things, I think, both working against both of these two teams, which will be Orangutan and MLT Esports.
Yeah, these two teams, on paper, rather, more it's probably going to be more close than the game that we just witnessed. I think MLT, coming out as the first seed of LCQ, I think they have a lot to prove. They're a relatively new team as well. And I think that they are really, really pumped up and really want to make a name for themselves right here. So let's just, look at the different teams that we have in store for us. First up is going to be Orangutan.
Orangutan X, of course, one of our heavy hitters here as well, Coldan. I mean, Aruma, Sway, Japip, Squirrely, and Casper. I mean, these ladies have been here as, mainstays here at the VCT Game Changer scene.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see Orangutan still, hanging with the big dogs. In every single open that they play in, there are a couple of close matches, but they've always, been the consistent team to make it to playoffs, make a deep run, and, really, really show up when it matters the most. They do struggle a little bit with the weaker teams, but, with such a studded roster, as you can see on your screens right now, it's really, really nice to see that they, have that kind of consistency so far in the year, and, they find themselves in a pretty comfortable position right now. They do have a player, change that had occurred, which is Sway, but I'm excited to see how they'll play out.
Yeah, speaking of those roster changes, they aren't the only one. So did MLT Esports, quite recently. So we're gonna see how they do against that. That's what I was talking about when we said that there are a lot of things working against these teams, and they're kind of at even footing. But let's take a closer look first at MLT Esports. Few new names here on the side of MLT Esports since when we last saw them over at the Last Chance qualifier, right? This is also the newest roster we have competing here in Elite, and they only came together during the LCQ, during the APAC LCQ. MLT, I think, had a relatively nice finish against Neons, and we got glimpses of what they're like, Coldan, in their cleanest possible form. So I'm wondering what polishes they've done in that little break to be ready here for Elite, especially when they're up against the heavy hitters here of the entire Game Changers APAC scene.
Yeah, they brought in Tess, which is a pretty interesting pickup, right? Because she's played on a lesser known team, I would say, in GC previously, but she has great mechanical aim. I think she's a great addition to the team, and RU as that substitute player as well. So I think MLT have a pretty stacked roster coming into this GC Elite. So we're gonna take a look at the map select screen to see how the battlefield's gonna play out.
Will we get another? No, we don't get another sunset. I was ready to jump into it, but we do get Lotus, which is
Interesting.
another interesting map to start off with, right? It's going to be MLT's pick, and we do have Orangutan following up with Haven, and Decider going to be Ascent. I'd say these are really interesting maps because they're both three-side maps, right? It feels like MLT and Orangutan are kind of on the same page when it comes to this.
I think it's another, not the exact same situation, but it's a similar situation that we saw in the first series, right? Where the underdog kind of picks a curveball map that isn't as popular as, you know, standard maps such as Haven and Ascent. Lotus could be the first pick by MLT. I think that's a decent map for them. I think they have a lot of opportunities to come up with creative plays on a large map such as Lotus. Going into Haven and Ascent later on, I think OGX kind of has a little bit of an advantage there. It's a bit curious though, because OGX has historically banned Haven quite a bit in Open 3, so I'm very interested to see, you know, whether they have something new brought into the map of Haven that they want to showcase here in Elite.
Well, it's interesting, right? You might be just like, oh, if I can't play this, neither can you. And it's not exactly like it's a bad map for you. Maybe it's just like, you know, I don't want to show this side of me just yet, so you're not getting it either. But here on Lotus, we are getting this side of OGX and MLT. And this is interesting, right? Because for MLT, this is the composition that they went with the last time that we saw them here on Lotus. And for OGX, no big changes here as well. So I think that, you know, for both of these teams, I think we are going to see those very exciting head-to-heads that we will see. I'm looking at Aluo and I'm looking at Twirly here that have, you know, the Rays on the side of OGX and the Jet on the side of MLT.
Yeah, it's pretty similar in the agents, right? It's just the Jet and the Rays difference. It's gonna be double controller, so we're gonna see a lot of smoke screens, but I think it comes down to, you know, how these two teams want to play out, because it's still relatively similar, right? Just the duel is different, so I'm curious to see how MLT will want to siege their attack on their map pick against Orangutan.
Not to mention, it is the debut of Tess here. So Tess, I hope you're not feeling any pressure here. No pressure on both of these teams, but maybe there's a lot of pressure here over on our casters, Tayrawr and Zahk, who will be taking us into Lotus.
Pressure? What do you mean pressure? We're just here to watch the action. We're not really sweating here. If I was in the server, sure, playing against these players, I would probably be crying, because that's what happens in most of my ranked games, but we're just here to cast the action, and I think that we have quite a great series coming up. I expect it to be super competitive here between these two teams, because MLT, they were super dominant throughout their run in that LCQ, to be able to win 3-1 to qualify today for Elite. And Orangutan, they've been great throughout the year. They made it to finals in Open 1, but they have those roster changes that we talked about coming in, so it might be a little bit more challenging for them.
I do like this though for the camera side of OGX. A little bit of a smile here and there, and they're looking pretty confident for this day, though we don't see the side of MLT. But yet again, like the panel said a while ago, Zach, it's more of an even ground compared to what we saw from our first series for today. So let's see what they're capable of for this time around. This is Elite. This is the final step towards that championship in Brazil.
Of course, whoever wins this tournament, it's all or nothing here on the line for these teams, and they will be representing us in APAC. I think that yesterday, in a kind of talk that I did with a couple of other talents here, I think that we did agree that Orangutan is kind of that dark horse that has the capability to possibly make it to the finals, steal that slot away, play that cards right. But for Orangutan in this particular round, I think on defense, it's interesting to see how much early information they're finding, especially towards his B. That's a lot of utility. They're dumping early on to find those cues. And towards the C side as well, if you look at the defensive setup, there's just so much value that the Viper provides you. Like, Sway can easily cycle through these smokes and just keep things challenging on that C side, as MLT, they look to aggress towards A instead.
Good delay though, coming in from that Nano Swarm, and with that, the swing from Casper catches two off guard, but that's gonna be that quick trade coming in from MLT as the smoke dissipates. Japeeps was able to pick up on one kill. Now that the spike is planted, this is now a play against time when it comes to MLT's side.
3v2 situation. Samfire does have a molly on top of the spike, but it's gonna come down to the timings here on the push. Turret there for information.
enemy remaining.
Might let Samfire play, but she's in the open, and it's just gonna come down to Tess, surrounded on all sides. Not much that she can do. In Orangutan, they find the defuse here. I think that round was pretty even until Casper made that heroic play. She just pushes through the smoke to find 2 kills.
Yeah,
Illegal.
true. And just like, you know, when the timing is definitely there, especially when it comes to Omen smokes, when you figured out when it was there, and other than that, when it's not expected that you would swing out that wide, you can actually catch a lot of people off guard. Not only that, Sway as well from drop, that triangle formation that OGX was able to give off, especially towards MLT's side, they could catch them from left, right, to the back, to the center even. That's going to be a 1-0 coming in from OGX. And of course, an immediate buy on a Phantom actually from Twirly.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the credits, you might as well invest them through, and that will make that bonus round look a little bit more tempting. Orangutan, they have early information towards A site. They have control of it, and that will let these 2 players play a bit more aggressively towards B, where the plans appears to be coming. Alubu, though, will find a trade thanks to the Sheriff as Japeems finds a kill, and just like that, it's a 4v4. The spike goes down, an additional lane being pushed here by SMG, but they bite off a little bit too much more than they can really chew here. Alubu was the one to find that first kill, but she will be the one to take shut down at the end as well. Orangutan, they find their second round with that gun advantage as expected.
Other than that, though, MLT was still able to secure that plant, a little bit of an addition towards that economy on the next round that we are looking at, which is their buy round. To be fair, for these 2 teams right now, especially when it comes to Lotus, there's a lot of things that you can actually do. You can still sell a fake, for example. You can still go rotate all the way to the other side, especially when it comes to the lurks as well. And anyway, both of the teams also do have that double smoke composition as well. So we might be seeing a lot, or I'm expecting a lot of rotations coming forward or moving forward in the next following rounds. But let's see, with this full buy coming in from MLT, it seems like it's going to be a C hit, but a lot of traps are waiting for them as well.
Exactly, like that Viper Killjoy util is just going to be so incredibly difficult to get through. I think one of the mollies got broken by that spray, but there's still some setup on site, especially with the turret to slow down the push. It could very easily cut off Alubu as she tries to dash in and make some space. Molly comes in along with the dark cover to buy a little bit more time. But MLT, they're just going to try to wait this utility out as they try to make the execute on that C site. Still, a couple of players from Orangutan holding strong on the site, cutting these angles off, but Mika finds that first opener. Sway on site, though, holding strong, only finds one before Alubu takes her out. In the trades, they go in favor of MLT as they take control of the site.
Very important trade coming in from Alubu at that point as well. And if you actually saw what happened a while ago, the smoke off from the jet caught the sky flash from a while ago. But look at this, Twirly making some progress here with a double kill, but a quick shutdown coming in from the side of MLT. A 2v2 situation, and Alubu finds one. They reposition as well. They know they have the spike plant, and other than that, there's still a turret waiting for it.
Retake looking a little bit difficult. Smoke comes down, tries to go in for the defuse, but Casper gets tagged up so heavily here. At this point, it might just be her attempt to find some of these kills for her side before the round gets over. She goes on the hunt, but Alubu is good for 3 by the end of the round. And MLT, they find their first. It got a little bit dicey there, but I think Alubu being able to find that crucial trade here on the side, kill after kill that she gets, it's just incredible.
Definitely. Was too scared though with that Omen TP that they were able to catch. But at that point, Alubu definitely on point when it comes to the rounds that we saw here so far. And that would help them a lot. Aside from that, when it comes to the next round that we have here, round 4, Seekers is definitely there for Japeeps. And other than that, it's only 3 orbs away for Twirly. A kill, maybe 2 orbs when it comes to Twirly for that showstopper. But let's see if she can get it this round. Other than that, that turret is already broken down to Casper. Smokes off. She smokes off back, basically.
Ooh. Alubu, though, just able to walk up, swing, not expecting it, and a second one to boot. She takes down Twirly, huge kill there. Casper there for the punish as Alubu looks to get a little bit more aggressive, shuts them down. 4v3 situation. Seeker's invested to try and buy some space on site. However, Orangutan, they're falling apart. Can't find it. Just Casper and Japeeps, the OGs left now.
One enemy remaining.
Huge kills. It's all down to her. Not gonna be happening as Tess takes down both of them. Really nice positioning in the post plan from MOT to make these trades happen in their favor. But Eluvu, man, she is on point today.
They're really confident on the takes they're doing right now. Even Aluwu disrespecting the smoke here could be a possibility for their side, but good composition, or rather good decision making coming in from OGX, especially from Casper, to stay inside that smoke and expect that disrespect from the smoke as well. But for MLT's side, like you said, Zach, really good post-plan position here. You really see them taking point and taking control of the site and really covering those corners despite Japeeps getting a double kill. It wasn't an issue much because the two players are still on the site itself.
Yeah, I think that it was, like I said, the post plan coming out of MLT, it was pretty much perfection. Like, they were ready to swing and play contact off the back of each other, which is why Tess found both in that angle. That said, though, for Orangutan, the economy looking to be a little bit in dire straits. Not much to work with weaponry-wise. And you do see already the dash and the play in Aluvu once again to find these openers. A trade at least there from Eruma, who takes that envious TPs right inside that Cloudburst. Unfortunately, though, for MLT, at least they're able to get that spike down and get that post one ready to go. Luda with another double kill, in fact, towards the door there. Twirly with the stinger finds that first one off the showstopper, like you mentioned, but Tess will take care of it, and that will be MLT taking the lead.
Such a cheeky play if you think about it. Envious using her ult rather, and basically Eluwu helping that out, having that cloudburst just to make sure that she's not gonna get spotted like the way it was a while ago for Casper when she TP'd from C. But in other words, for MLT's side, looking good so far at 3-2. Other than that, they have a Blade Storm here. They also have a Seekers available. But again, Twirly with a showstopper can make something out of this.
Early showstopper invested, like you mentioned, Twirly looking to let it fly here, but unfortunately, Eluwu more than ready to just peek through that one way, use it in her favor, and take Twirly down. That's the ultimate that we were talking about that will be taken out early on here. However, Orangutan, they're quick to use it as bait and now take down so many of these players on the MLT side before they can make any kind of headway in. Not only do they find 3 kills there, it's going to be the spike dropped as well.
That showstopper just basically shut down by one single flash coming in from a sky. Casper creeping forward here on a one-way smoke as well. It's a 4v2 situation. They have the man advantage, and this sky flash will also give them a little bit of an info as well. With the snake bite coming out, they know exactly where Tess would be, and they're just waiting patiently at this point. It's basically three people from OGX waiting patiently.
Oh, but Samfire on the swing, able to find Casper. That will be that though, because Eruma and Japeeps are both ready to swing on Casper's contact. They get the trades and the round for Orangutan. Really nice strategy coming out of them. I think that for MLT, once they found this opener, they weren't expecting the 2 remaining players, and that flash coming out of Japeeps, it was just perfectly timed to catch these players off guard. And Orangutan, of course, once you give them the spike, they're not ones to mess it up, so they hold on to the round. That said, though, for MLT, they have a lot of these swing ultimates really available. The lockdown to take the site, the Seekers for the info, one off of the Viper's Pit for Tess to get that spike down, and of course the Blade Storm for Aluvu to charge in. They have so much to work with in this round.
Viper's Pit soon to be available, we would say, and other than that, this is going to be a good post-plan scenario if ever they're able to take on a side. But that's the question, can they take a side that they want to right now? Creeping up towards C, opening doors, making a little bit of control, and making OGX try to rotate and wonder where they are right now.
Yeah, that noise towards B as well, it's huge here. Twirly has taken a lot of space, pushing out of A completely, in fact. That's going to be a little bit of additional pressure that this squad has to deal with. MLT though, they take that information from the turret and push forward on C instead to try and get that spike down. Samfire on the lurk has to try and find something. Instead, we'll be just falling back to use that lockdown maybe for a little bit of additional time. Swirly on the hunt, checks the corners, and just like that, we're looking at a full 5v5 retake. And MLT, they've taken up so much space towards his CT here. The Seekers come out of Orangutan's side, all of them on the flank, in fact, and it's gonna come down to who does win these engagements towards spawn. Casper just waiting for the rest of the team to find something. Samfire and Luna, though, they're able to go huge. It's just down to Casper, finds a double, and now it's a 1v1 at the end.
Huge flank coming in from Casper here, trying to pinpoint the spike right now. The flash settles in, not half for the spike.
no.
Casper really low on the HP. They know this, and that's gonna be a round going towards MLT's side. That point, if you don't have the spike, it's already 0 to no chance with the time ticking away.
One enemy remains.
Casper almost had it as well. Like you mentioned, she let go of it just before it got all the way to half. Really nice timing to come out of Luna to clutch up the round. And like you mentioned, MLT, they find 4. Orangutan, though, they expected that lockdown play to be coming, and I think that's why they went in for kind of a very flank-heavy attempt at a retake. That said, MLT were quick to adjust, and the holdout of Luna in particular in that round, I think that's what really won them that particular round.
I do like this early timeout called by Orangutan X as well. At least for the time being, they're going to be able to talk about what's going to be the next plan here, the next strat moving forward in the round, especially with Aruma having that lockdown available and for a retake scenario to happen as well. We are looking at the Viper's Pit, still not used at this point. A lockdown from Samfire, not even used at this point. And I was actually expecting, we didn't see it on the kill cam itself, but I was actually expecting for OGX to win that engagement from doors on C-Long, especially it was a 3v2 scenario, and they also had Japeeps, if I'm not mistaken, and probably had a flash, but nonetheless, it's over and done with. It's a reset for them. It's a 4-3.
I think that timeout, it might have been a little bit of a slowdown of the momentum that MLT were slowly but surely building up as these rounds progress. I think that for Orangutan, they still do have the lockdown in Aruma's hand, so it's going to be a perfect counter for whatever Samfire does cook up. That said, though, Orangutan, they've been a bit hit or miss in their early info-seeking plays, whether it's towards that A or B side. So you can see them kind of just trying to play together here. Twirly alone on the C side does have Sway with utility for a little bit of backup, but they're just walking into sight. Sway doesn't spot it. It's going to come down to the timing, and Twirly has the swing advantage, takes out Ilubu. The trades, though, attempt comes in from Luna, Satchel from Twirly to try and buy a little bit more space to contend with, and I think whoever does win this confrontation, it'll be the job to come in. Luna forced to fall back, low HP to boot, and now the defender lockdown coming in early on this A side. Might counters the Viper's Pit at least a little bit, but there's a lockdown of their own for MLT.
Fortunately for Luna, she can't heal herself. This is a waiting game, patience game from the side of MLT. They still have that lockdown as well. They have to fight or either disperse out, but time is dwindling away. Japeep still has flashes here to control over those smokes as well. 4v3 situation. And Japeep's caught by that ultimate from the Killjoy.
Yeah, no, I think she thought she could get away in time, but it wasn't happening. Twirly, though, still powering forward, able to find that first kill, but the clock gets ticked through, and with the Viper's Pit still being online, it's going to be an impossible retake here. Orangutan X, they're just looking for a couple of exits, maybe hoping that they could make the players die to the spike, and it seems like they will find at least one frag, but Envious, she'll prevent Japeeps from getting away herself, will end up falling to the spike, but Orangutan, that's going to be only one rifle that they can carry into this next round, and their economy, it's on its last legs.
They've already used up the 2 ultimates as well from Killjoy, that lockdown, and also that Viper's Pit from Tess. And for the time being, for OGX, I think this would be a save instead. A hero buy coming in from Tor, or rather, this was a save from their last round that we just saw. And maybe Japeeps can also get some Stinger in the mix just to make that firepower more or more towards their side. That early flash info gathering is very important, especially in a map like Lotus. Wow, what a push. That's gonna be too early. Catching one yet again. 4v3 scenario here. MLT, it seems like one by one. They're being caught off guard here by OGX, but they actually take space on B side to make a plant happen. Luna, though, she was able to pick up on one, and that's gonna be that trade coming in from Japeeps. 2v3 scenario. They try to find Samfire on the corner. That's going to be on the left. And that's the crossfire from OGX securing the round itself. It's a thrifty, to be fair.
Really nice positioning as well, like you mentioned, towards spawn to catch the players from MLT off guard. They had the numbers disadvantage. They had to make a play to try and regain it, and I think that's the attempt at a push that we saw. But despite that, in that close range, the Sheriff and the Ghost both going huge there to find these kills. Really, really nice teamwork coming out of Orangutan overall. And I think the fact that Twirly was able to save that rifle along with that Stinger that you mentioned, Tayrawr, I think those two weapons, they really were able to gain them the advantage despite them not having the economic situation to work with. Now it's MLT's turn to go in for a bit of an eco.
Despite having that 2-round deficit from the side of OGX, again, those rounds that we're looking at were very close to a point where when it comes to economy, one loss of a round will already be punishment enough for the team. Sway, though, almost getting a kill here towards that Omen. But other than that, the Pit, or rather the Snakebite, trying to really punish the players here of MLT. And just a little bit of a delay just to make sure that the other members of OGX makes a rotation.
Oh, Envious though with the classic finds an opener onto Casper. Orangutan are quick to strike back though. They flood into side, find a couple of kills. Envious and Testo, they're still fighting. The controllers for MLT going up huge, bringing things down to a 2v2. Seekers now to be invested by Japeeps to smoke out the position. The double swing, it's there, but Envious still finds the kill so low and still doing the damage. It's all down to Twirly. She snuck up close and personal. However, Envious, it's gonna be a huge run coming out of her. A double with the classic, a double with the Vandal. 13 HP is all she needs. As MLT, they find 6 and a Thrifty to counter Orangutan's 13.
A Thrifty back. I like this match already at this point of the half. But as we look into it as well, with that 4K coming in from Envious, that was huge. To think of, I think she was already very low all the way from C-Long a while ago. Not quite sure if she was healed up by the Sky, but nevertheless, that was no armor all in all together. And with that, MLT secures a round here, 6-4. They do have a Seekers available as well. That ult from Envious, not yet used up, might be big when it comes to especially big rotations if they want to plant or get that spike. Twirly, just waiting patiently when to throw in the paint chills if there is any. But no one really to get that info. That Sky Flash didn't catch anyone as well.
Yeah, it seems like MLT, they have their sights set on the A point of the map this time around. They put the pressure towards Door as well. A quick execute off the back of the Paranoia and the Seekers to go forward here. Again, the Omen ult from Envious onto site with the spike this time around to get it down, and it's a completely open plan. Orangutan, they opt the A side for the retake, and now they're gonna have to clear all of the space by themselves. Trailblazer to push a Lubu off the angle, but she's quick to try and go back for a little bit of fighting here. Envious again finds an opener onto Casper. A second to boot before Twirly finally stops the trade here, and of course Lubu with the spray down, still blinded, finds 2. It's just Japeeps, a 1v3 to clutch this one out, and for Orangutan, it's looking a little bit difficult, at least in this particular round.
Especially you have 2 players on tree that could trade up quite easily as well. Might go for the kill on that turret. This gives info that she's on site, and Envious to take on the kill instead. And so far, Envious coming in so hot right now when it comes to the rounds that we're looking at. 4 kills, next to 3 kills as well. And this just racks up the points towards their side and makes it difficult for OGX to make retakes happen when they have lesser people on their team as well.
I mean, this is just that SMG pedigree that we're talking about, right? Whether, of course, Envious used to be on that particular roster. So I feel like every single ex-SMG player, they just have that potential to pop off when it comes down to it. And this is Envious's time to shine. Final round of the half, though, like you mentioned, Orangutan, they definitely have the advantage when it comes to ult economy here. The Showstopper in particular from Twirly, kind of ready to go if necessary. Viper's Pit as well on site to make the C side even more difficult to really push onto. A little bit of damage being done to the smoke and sprays. Japeep's getting tagged up quite a bit thanks to the Viper utility, but at least she will be able to heal Sway back up here.
Lots of ult ready up for the side of OGX, but yet again, they still don't have a brief idea where the players of MLT might be. Twirly moves further back. I think they're actually assuming that this might be a heavy rotation coming in from MLT, and she doesn't want to get stuck in a one-and-done position here. And that flash, a little bit of an info gathering situation here for MLT's side. Though this is a wall coming in from a Viper that will help them out, at least, to say the least. And Twirly, this is ready to pop. That's going to be the first kill that we're looking at, and dash away, or rather, satchel away at this corner. And the Japeeps as well, catching one. It's a 5v3 situation.
Yeah, they fall back. Really nice movement to come out of Japeeps to keep herself alive. She has 1 HP, by the way, and she's able to just get a little bit of sustain back towards her teammate. Unfortunately, the Luna looks to get aggressive. 2 kills already on the round. Samfire with a 3rd, and suddenly OG's advantage, it falls apart. It's just Japeeps in a 1v3, 1 HP and a dream to work with, and the dream will not come into fruition. MLT, they take the lead on their map pick. 84 half that we saw.
Really crisp on the shots that we are looking at, but other than that, of course, let's hear it from the panel on what they think about this first half.
First off, I think that previous round was so impressive, okay? That was like, you know, all of the utility was working towards Orangutan X's favor, as well as, you know, the numbers advantage, but MLT was able to turn it around. How did they do that? Teamwork, right? The teamwork was there. There was more synergy on the side of MLT. Unfortunately, we're seeing on the side of OGX that new roster switch coming in. It just looks like it doesn't have time to fully gel.
Yeah, I mean, this is MLT's map pick, and for good reason, right? We see how well they play that attacking side. OGX, you know, they did have a couple of great rounds themselves, but it's the dynamic, you know, rotations coming in from MLT. They collect information, they get map control, and then they decide, okay, let's fake C, maybe we go A, and then they spot out a bit of contest there. They know that rotations have already come in, and then they pivot, right? They've so many rounds they've pivoted from the A side to the B side, from the B side to the C side. You know, it is really dynamic, and I love to see that. With a great attacking half, I can't wait to see the defending side.
How fast can they rotate on the defending side? Faster than Apes, maybe? We are gonna find out as we step back into Lotus and pass it on over to our casters.
Welcome back here on the second half itself. Zach, if we look at the map Lotus, we always say it's usually attacker-sided. Do you think that Orangutan X would be able to make a little bit of a comeback happen quite easily?
I think for sure, because I think the main thing that makes Lotus so attacker-sided is the presence of those 3 ult orbs, right? And how much they're in control of the attackers, except for the one on the C side, which is a little bit easier to contest by the defense. Both B and A are relatively just open for the taking. So I think if Orangutan can charge up these ults pretty quickly, it might be what they need to kind of narrow this gap. It starts with the pistol, of course, but Orangutan in particular, I think on this map, they have a pretty successful history to boot. So it could definitely still go either way. That said, I've been very happy to see how MLT have been just popping off. In particular, of course, Eluvu, always very consistent, Pakistan's first Radiant female player, and she's been kicking ass and taking names ever since then. That said, though, the rest of the team, they're stepping up huge as well. And I think that Luna and Envious in particular, they've improved a lot since we saw them during the LCQ event, through which MLT qualified in that upper bracket. So I think that definitely they have a potential to put on a show here.
Might be deadly here though, because there's also that orb from the Viper that they have to cross if ever, and they don't mind at all crossing that. 29 HP. This can be done and over with, but Twirly survives instead. Gets back her HP rather, but that's gonna be Samfire taking on 2 kills as well. 3v2 situation in just a blink of an eye.
Tagging done as well to both Swirly as well as Sway. So definitely still a winnable situation despite that number disadvantage. Envious though pushing through the molly with the right click, finds the first. Swirly there for the immediate trade though, and now it's all onto Eluvu's shoulders. Orangutan, they're opting to play on the site because of how that plant has been positioned. It's a safe plant, so Eluvu might be able to pick apart these fights. It's just gonna take 1 bullet, a headshot there, looking for the second kill, but Sway in that close range with 9 HP will come out on top, and Orangutan, they take that pistol that they really needed.
Takes a little bit of time to pull out the sheriff back again on your hands after that dash as well. Good on OGX though. They were still able to secure that final kill, especially with the space that was created by that dash. 5 to 8, and that allows them to buy off for the next round as well. We're looking at Twirly yet again with a upgrade towards that Phantom. And decently, especially when you have a raise on the attacker side here, you can punish a lot of the traps that has been set, especially coming in from a Killjoy. Look at this, 4 people waiting patiently and trying to push in on C Long. This is a lot of space that was taken away.
They're just waiting, man. So much. Casper will be hearing all of this cues. And Orangutan, they're going to take a fight all the way in their spawn. Swirly with the Phantom, able to find 2 kills. Though Lubu at least finds some damage of her own. Orangutan, they're just in a holding pattern. They expected this kind of play to come out of MLT. And now that they've garnered the advantage, they're going to be quick to rotate onto that A side. Samfire now in a 1v4 finds the first, though. That's Sway taken down. Possibility of a weapon to be retrieved. And I think that that's exactly what Samfire has on our mind. Now we're looking at the Killjoy versus Killjoy battle, and the Spectre run and gun. It might be just a little bit too much for Samfire to deal with. The Molly to boot as well. The spike itself, Orangutan will be able to get it down quite easily, and it's just up to how much more Samfire can find. Unfortunately, nothing as Iruma finally takes her down, but that was a nice try from MLT, that push.
Too much pressure though. If you hear that toot, 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 it's already like time ticking away. And aside from that, the punish from the Nano Swarms just to push her out of the site or trying to get onto a site. Other than that though, OGX, really good read. And especially for MLT side, they weren't really trying to suppress noise onto C Long as well. So any lurk or anyone who was left on B or in mid was able would be able to hear that as well.
Yeah, I think that the way MLT are playing, they're definitely getting these sound cues quick on. The trouble is that Orangutan, they're just taking so much control on the map for free. Like, even this round, like, look at how far Sway's gotten to watch for the lurk onto B. The rest of the team makes their way to A, and there's still a lurk on C as well. So much map control that we see coming out of this Orangutan squad. MLT, they're kind of forced to just play passively here, trying to go in for a possible retake situation instead. And of course, when you look at the ultimates, Orangutan, despite that economic disadvantage, they have that showstopper to work with.
Yeah, and I think that's also the reason why MLT is playing further on the back as well. They don't want to be punished immediately by that showstopper. They would rather wait on it or maybe make a retake scenario happen instead of dying off from that showstopper. But let's see what will happen on this round, as 2 players also have only sheriffs. This is going to be that showstopper that we were waiting for. That's going to be 1 man down. Envious to go away, and they know that Luna is just right around the corner, wrapping into them as well. No double kill for you as Sway shuts her away. 4v3 situation. And now they try to plant the spike. 18 seconds remaining though. Not yet planted. Samfire just waiting patiently. 13 seconds remaining. Trying to skirmish down on the side. Alubo goes for the swing and instead dies off.
Died underneath our boots.
I like how the spike didn't get planted at all until everybody died in that round. But that's the kind of... It was honestly a really nice play from MLT, just that they weren't able to overcome that initial disadvantage off the back of Twirly finding that kill with the showstopper, right? They knew that the clock was ticking, that it was down to like 10-15 seconds, so all they had to really do was try to deny the plant. And in the end, with Elubu taking that 1v1 against Casper, with the amount of time that was left, it might have been better to just try to play Ring Around the Rosie, but unfortunately for MLT's side, that's going to be a great bonus to come out of Orangutan. Exactly what they want. And now for their buy, they're going to be having the Viper's Pit to boot. You can see that Iruma was ready for the expected orb control on B because of the fact that Elubu needed to, but not quite able to stop it. However, they're still waiting to get these kills, and Elubu, who goes aggressive, will be taken down. Talking about taken down, the Luna with the Sheriff finds 2. Immediately, that's going to get MLT back into this.
She's really crazy on that sheriff shots as well. Kept connecting since a while ago. Japeeps onto the plant already. 2 of the players here of MLT already have those Vandals on their hands as well. This might help them out in this retake scenario, especially it's a 4v3 as well. And as we look into the positioning of the players for the time being. Tess might be able to spot too. That's gonna be it. Twirly secures that first kill, making it a 3v3.
Looking a little bit more closer here. Twirly with a second as well finds the timing onto Envious.
remaining.
Now it's to Twirly all the way. The pain shows to find another kill. It's just down to Sapphire, and she's surrounded on every single side by OGX, and she can't unfortunately do anything. It's gonna be another attacking round successfully converted for Orangutan. And Twirly, man, I think, look, we have a saying in EMEA that Turkish duelists are just something else. I think it's the same for APAC. All these Filipino duelist players, they
They
do
don't
not
have fear.
They don't have fear, no fear, and Twirly just goes storming in. She's been so incredible throughout the second half for Orangutan, leading the charge, exactly what you want to see out of your duelist. And this is a nice flashback as well, because if you remember last year's GC, I think that she was kind of the sixth player on that Ren Victor's roster. You only really saw her on Fracture when she pulls out that neon, but to see her shine in every single map, it makes me so happy, because Twirly, she's just amazing.
Really, really good spacing as well when it comes to taking those initial pickoffs, initial fights, really confident swings coming in from her that basically secures kills here and there. That opens up a side for the entire team of Orangutan. The thing is, the question is, will it continue all the way, or will MLT bounce back on this momentum that they had from that first half? They were really doing good. And to be fair, this map that we have right now is really a 50-50. As you can see on the scoreboards as well, it's an 8-8.
The problem here is that for Orangutan, they've looked so much more confident since that side swap happened. We were talking about it before we went into the half, right? About how attacker-sided Lotus can tend to be, and Orangutan, they're definitely taking full advantage of it. That said, though, MLT, they finally have a chance to stop them in their tracks. You can see the operator coming out of Eluvu, going to be positioned towards this A site here, watching for Rubble and maybe the cross that might possibly come through. Orangutan, though, they're just looking to set their sights on B instead, possibly because of that Viper split that they have available.
They do have the orb from the Viper there as well, so this might be a little bit of a security if they do want to rotate. Aside from that, if obviously for Sway to actually lurk around, and instead she dry peeks the angle which Alu was watching over. That's gonna be the operator securing its first kill.
Huge as well. That's Sway on the lurk. She's been taking so much space here off the back of her walls, but with her being shut down, I think that MLT, they're going to be feeling a little bit more confident about bringing their players over towards this B side. Envy is taking the confrontation head on. Will find a kill, though unfortunately Japeeps will trade her out. That said, Casper being taken down so early on, that's going to make this retake a little bit more difficult thanks to the lack of the smokes here. Lulu was still watching the aim. Oh, the shot goes wide though as Japeeps takes her down, and suddenly numbers looking to be a little bit more on equitable footing. Multiple players trying to storm in through CT. Eruma with the jiggle to find that first. Japeeps is holding for the second, finds the shot, and it will be Orangutan to manage another successful attacking round. So much control taken towards CT, and with the Luvu going down there was just no hope left.
Like you said, especially when you take B side here, you're 80% to 90% surely gonna lose if you just hold B main. You really have to make a control happen on CT or on Link as well. So with that, OGX really securing the round here as well. And also the side, when you look at it, again, the beauty of having a Raze on your team compared to a Jet for the meantime as an attacker is you're going to be able to secure or kill off the traps that Killjoy has been setting up from maybe C or even onto B side. And it allows them to really have that big of a space.
All it takes is a couple of satchels, or just one satchel, which, again, like you mentioned, it's just so useful to be able to take care of that pesky Killjoy toaster oven setup, because, you know, you can dash through it, you can satchel over it, but it's still going to cut you off from the rest of your team. So exactly what you want to see to avoid that kind of scenario. Now for MLT, economic situation looking a little bit dicey. They do have a lot of retake ults available, in particular that lockdown. So I think it could still be a round that's viable for them if they can hit a couple of crazy shots. That said, Orangutan, they're being incredibly patient so far. Once again, testing the waters towards the A site, where they found success in the past while creating some kind of distractions towards B instead. So once they've caused a rotation over from MLT, who have left the A site completely empty, it's going to be the full execute to come in.
Time to hit is what they say for the side of Orangutan X. A side is quite open for them to take, and this might be heavy rotations coming in from MLT, knowing that they also have a judge here in the hands of Eluwu. To be fair, she still has that updraft available to use, so we might be seeing a good retake scenario to say the least. Twirly takes on a kill with the paint shells towards Luna. A little bit of a damage on the other members as well. Eluwu still has that Guardian. Popping heads is what she can do. Twirly, on the other hand, she knows exactly
Oh my
where
God.
the other player is going to be, and Envious left alone.
Just a 1v2 situation, still very viable. Unfortunately, though, Casper attacks her enough that the turret will find the kill on Envy. It's something that she could really do there. Yeah, your pseudo 6 player just coming in for the clutch at the end. And Orangutan, they find double digits. That is 6 rounds that they've had in a row so far here, Tayrawr. And I feel like there's just no wrong that they can do. They've been great at cycling through these ults, early on the openers, and just the lurks that come out of Iruma, Sway, and Casper between the rounds, the spacing that they have. MLT, they just look so disjointed in comparison.
That's the thing for OGX. They can't lose the momentum right now if they want to win this first game that we're looking at. Again, this is a map pick by MLT. A comfort map, to say the least, for them as well. Luna, she has that flash to be taken away. Twirly already popping the showstopper here. Where does it go? That's gonna be the question. She's just lurking around, but that alone secures a lot of a space for the side of OGX already. They know there's gonna be no one on Waterfall.
There's going to be popped though by the defenders to try and at least smoke out the positioning of these players. Eluwu with a nice peek takes down not just Sway, but also that Viper's Pit. So that's going to force Orangutan to come at the lockdown to buy a little bit more space for themselves to work with. I think that it will at least let them push forward here, but numbers still firmly in favor of this MLT roster as that spike goes down. Now it's teleport to Loot. Oh, but it's a detain there. Casper and CT finds 2 kills before being shut down. The trades are equitable though, and now it's just a 2v2. Seekers come out from Jakeeps off the back of those kills to chase down the position of these remaining players. Iruma will find NVS off the back of that, and now it's a 2v1. All down to Luda. She's been incredible so far today, but with the clock ticking and the swings on OG, there's nothing that she can really do. Orangutan, another round for them, 11-8.
Perfect timing for the Seekers as well to let them know exactly where the players of MLT are, especially Envious used up her ulti as well. Despite that, she was caught by the lockdown. This means that they had to wait a little bit longer compared to what they're supposed to wait on. And this gave away at least OGX a little bit more time, a little bit more space to try and reset and make something happen on this post-plant scenario. Now, they only need one more point to make a match point happen here. Eluwu, though, Blade Storm is up and online. They're really aggressive towards C-Long. And this is going to be a 3-man push towards that. Iruma, hearing all of this, she knows exactly what's happening. She's aware. The thing is, she's gonna get one. That's gonna be the Blade Storm down. The shot's not connecting, and she was able to take 2 before she goes down.
Very, very unfortunate for MLT there. Like you mentioned, the Blade Storm being taken out of the equation, as well as Iruma finding another kill. That trade coming in just a little bit late, causing problems. Tess, though, aware. Casper tries to take a little bit of space up closer. Still will get shut down, and that's a rifle that could possibly be retrieved, which is why you see the adjustment from Orangutan to take and push towards that lane. Instead, Tess on fire for another kill if she plays her cards right, but it's too early to find the timing on the aggression. Now just 2 players left, both trying to come in through this broken door here. Orangutan just lying in wait for not much that they can
One enemy remaining.
try and push out, but there's just too many crosshairs trained at this angle. And Orangutan, they find match points, an undefeated attacking half so far.
Match point.
Taylor, I don't think, what is it, 8 rounds in a row? Yeah, 8 rounds in a row.
Well, like I said a while ago, attacker-sided map is what we're looking at here. It's Lotus. And other than that, this aggressive play coming in from Twirly, this really pushed up positioning, helps her a lot in taking space. And not only that, catching players from MLT off guard. Because if you think about it, even if you are close to a sky and a sky flashes out, it would be more further away from you. And you're going to be able to catch people off guard trying to set up utilities. But anyway, brand new round here for MLT. Investment on the operator. Question is, will it be able to catch anyone? This is a one-way smoke being set up as well. That's going to be the first kill.
Eluvo actually takes advantage of that one-way smoke to just find the angle and peek through. That Sway taken down, so no more Viper utility available for the rest of the round. But hey, that's why you have two controllers. Casper is still alive and kicking here, and Orangutan, they look to regroup towards this B site possibly. They don't have the lockdown to try and push through off the back of, but they are looking to find safety in numbers here. 4 players all together looking to push up. There's still a crossfire being held by MLT towards this choke point, and in the meantime, Eluvo, another kill for her towards the C-Long, looking for a third, not gonna quite connect. It's gonna be the Paranoia instead, and now she's surrounded on every single angle, still not stopping her. 4 on the round, looking for a little bit more, finally shut down by Aruma here. Now it's 2v4 for Orangutan.
Remaining.
1v4 as Casper finds yet another kill, but Luna will take down both players and be able to retrieve that operator, so MLT, they stay alive.
Damage has been done. That's what Elu would say after those round, or after that round that we just looked at. Took them quite a while before they actually found her away. I was actually worried with Casper or with Elua basically that the Omen already TP'd on site, that they weren't still able to find him away or find her away. 12-9 in this end. OGX on a match point. Casper available on that ult. Aruma 1 orb away or 1 kill away. Either of the two. But so far for MLT, they just really have to get that nice reset that we basically saw from the previous round.
Yeah, Luvu, she's gone back towards this A site. I think this is exactly where she was able to find the advantage on Sway the last time around. So you can see Sway kind of just waiting patiently. It's going to come down to the timing of the peak here. And if Eluvu can reposition in time. I think so far, though, at least on A side, things have been looking a little bit quiet. Orangutan, they're just waiting for a possible mistake out of this defender squad to make things happen. Sway with a jump peek baits out the op shot, so they know exactly where Lubu is going to be playing, forcing her to reposition here. And in the meantime, on this B side, Iruma, she's taking control of this orb to get that lockdown ready to go, and that might make approaching this B look a little bit more easy.
You could already see in the camera of Sway as soon as that op shot was open, or rather was popped, she was already telling them that it's A. The operator is on A. This might be a B take though for the time being here in Orangutan, especially they still have the lurk. Japeeps securing one more kill, making it uneven 4v3 situation.
God,
this is the lurk of her life. That's gonna be Sway. Is it gonna be a knife? That's the question. It is. That's gonna be Sway. And again, if you have teammates who are Filipinos, you know what's gonna happen. You know what you're gonna be taught.
I mean, look, I was expecting the Tondo to come out of Japeeps because I know that you did request for it, Tayrawr, as well as a couple of other people, but it seems that Sway has been learning from the Filipino brethren there. A really nice knife kill to close out the game and a beautiful lurk as well. But overall, great performance to come out of MLT. They looked pretty dominant in their own first half to end at 8-4. It's just that Orangutan, they were a little bit better. I think in particular, Twirly, I don't know what she had, a coffee, an espresso shot, a couple of IRL satchels, whatever it is. She woke up, and in that second half, she was incredible throughout. And it just makes me really excited to see how the next map is going to pan out, because number one was so neck and neck. That said, though, I think for Orangutan's side at least, despite them having those roster shuffles coming in and possible role switches, they look more confident than ever.
Yeah, like we said, Lotus map, you have to be really careful when you're going or ending up on the defense itself. That is just map number 1 though. We still have maybe one more map or 2 more maps. Who knows, right? Let's pass it on to our panel to talk about what happened here on game number 1. Mika and Coldan, take it away.
Hello, welcome to Tondo, and Sway, thank you very much for representing. Did you see her face? you see her face after that? She was
Yeah, I
going.
did.
Oh, she was so cute, adorable. I love it. Sway, that was a very memorable one indeed. Congratulations on that knife kill. Must have been a morale boost indeed for Orangutan X, especially since they had that massive comeback, right? And I think this is why OGX is one of our top teams here in Elite right now. They have this X factor that really allows them to come back. You can't count them out, even if they do have the numbers disadvantage, even if they're down by how many rounds. How many rounds did they manage to pull out from that comeback? I think it was like 8-7 consecutive
like
rounds
9.
in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, 9-1, right, was the score of the second half. There's only one round that MLT managed to scrape away, and it was all thanks to a loose op, right? That was the only round that they really put on the board in the second half, and it kind of gives you a bit of flashbacks to Sunset, right? The first map that we saw in this here today. It was relatively competitive. The underdog team had a great showing on the first half, but then when it swapped over, OGX just completely, everybody just went on all cylinders. They were all ready and firing, and MVP given to Twirly, of course, that duelist, opening up rounds and closing them as well. Fantastic entries on that attacking side, and it was just a beautiful symphony coming in from OGX, right? Every single mistake that MLT made was punished heavily. OGX read the pushes on the flanks, they read the rotations, and they were able to fake them out the very last round. We saw Sway, right, getting that knife kill, all thanks to those rotations being pulled for, and it kind of just summed up that second half of the map. Fantastically done.
Yeah, I feel like both attacking sides were very interesting, just because you saw how, like, for example, MLT, you did see the teamwork come in, the rotations, right? The hive mind of MLT was coming online at that point. They displayed a lot of their flexibility as well with regards to like how well they could pivot in their strategies. And the massive comeback that Orangutan X had, on the other hand, they showed how active they were, how they could actually take the momentum, take the pace of the entire game, and switch it on over to their side. And all they need usually is just one round, right? That's just one round, and they could so easily just take the momentum away from their opponent. And it doesn't matter what the score says. Any round makes that possible for OGX. That's the X factor that we're looking for when we come here at Elite, right? That's the kind of fire that we need from all of these teams. And Twirly, indeed, I do know that Zach mentioned that like all of these, these duelists, these Pinoy duelists have no fear indeed. And I remember watching Twirly from her Brand Victress days, and she was definitely one of those duelists that are just, you know what, I really don't care, I'm gonna dive in there. And this is why, like, agents like Jet, like Raves, they work so well in her Coldan.
Yeah, it's one thing to have a selfless duelist that will, die on their sword, just diving straight into the site, but Twirly, she not only dived into the site, she got kills, multi-kills, and reaching a 2.0 KD, 310 ACS at the end of the map is just insane, right? When your entry duelist puts up those kinds of numbers, it really is just a testament to how great that attacking side was. There wasn't really many errors, and even if there were, right, a lot of clutch players on the side of OGX as well to bail out their team in dicey situations. So it's an amazing job coming for OGX to stabilize what seemed like a map that kind of, or would have gone out of control when it switched over to the second half. It felt like a completely different team.
Well, Coldan, we did say that this match was like, more evenly balanced than like our first one. I didn't expect that it would be this evenly balanced, right down to even like the head-to-heads between the individual players, even down to the map picks, right? They're both like, oh, let's both pick 3-side maps, because in our second map we are going into Haven, so we're gonna see what happens on that one right after this very quick break.
One enemy remaining. Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. That's done. One enemy remaining. remaining.
Toxins going up. Teleport is ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Winning!
Welcome back to Game Changers APAC Elite, and we are down to what could be our final map of the day. That is, if Orangutan X wants it that way, then sure. But if MLT Esports has anything to say about it, then probably not. Coldan, we are going into Haven right now. What are your expectations on this map? Another three-site map for the series.
I mean, we saw how potent OGX were on the attacking side of Lotus, and I think they really understand how to play the attacking side of a three-side map. Right, the way that they pulled the rotations, the way that they caused MLT to feel so uncomfortable, the lack of information that was given to them. I think OGX just have a great footing right now, and going into another three-side map, I think with the same approach, especially starting up on the attacking side, I think OGX is in a great position to close things out if they, replicate that kind of performance on Lotus.
I definitely agree, especially since it's their map pick as well, right? They also have a lot of experience on this map. It's not a bad pick for them at all. And having picked this, of course, they have a strategy prepared for MLT. And MLT right now, they've only played this map professionally, I believe, like 5 times. There isn't exactly a lot here that is out there. If they have any secret strategies, then now's the time to actually put it into play. What are we expecting here in terms of agent composition? I'm expecting to see probably breaches and killjoys and sovas, oh my. But as we are getting into the Orangutan X, this
Look
is
at that.
Whoa, okay, Coldan, hold on. So we're seeing a Neon on Twirly. We're seeing a Ruma back on the chamber. Hello, sir. We have missed you quite a lot. We're seeing Japips on Sova. We're seeing Astra, Casper and Astra. And we're seeing Sway on the breach. On the side of MLT, though, we're seeing something a little bit more traditional, a little safer. But what are your thoughts on this?
Oh my, OGX pulling out all the stops. They want to close this map right here, right now. I'm assuming that they've rehearsed with this composition. It's a very unconventional pick, right? Neon, hardly ever seen on Haven as well as Chamber. I mean, when was the last time you saw a Chamber on Haven itself, especially after that nerf that he had to his trademark? So I can't wait to see what we have in store. Very interesting.
I know, I don't think this is something that you can exactly prepare for indeed, especially if you're here on the panel. So we're just gonna have to get into Haven and see how it pans out. So casters, over to you guys.
Look, Mika, I don't know if we were ready for the Chamber and the Neon pick coming out of Orangutan either, but personally, I'm super excited to see how it's gonna go. I think that, when Neon came out as an agent, this was one of the maps that she found success on almost immediately. When people brought it out, I think it was an NA that came out first, but people were like, yo, Neon, really? And then when they saw people playing, I think it was, back then his name was Food, but it was Optic Victor who actually kind of made this meta on this particular map. So going back to those days, it makes me super happy because I love watching Neon in action. We saw it in the morning. We're going to be seeing it in this matchup, and you already know what I think about it.
Filipino agent for a Filipino player. Indeed,
Yeah,
is
let's
what we're
go.
looking at here. And the Condolences counter is already won. Let's see if we find one yet again here coming in from
Only one?
Orangutan X. I already saw the tweet of Tash saying thank you. It was a request from her. And so far, all smiles for the side of Orangutan. And we can't see MLT right now, but they're smiling on their photos. So anyway, without further ado, this is game number 2, a map picked by Orangutan X, actually. And like you said, with your thoughts, especially in this kind of scenario, you see a breach, you see Twirly pulling out a Neon, you know it's gonna be aggressive. That's what we all have to say. It's gonna be aggressive, it's gonna be scary, but let's see how MLT can handle that as well.
The thing that MLT have going in their favor is that their comp is a little bit more meta, so it's very tried and tested. They know exactly what to do with it and how to play around it. We did see moments of brilliance coming out from them on Lotus as well individually. But now they're gonna have to deal with a quick push coming out of Twirly already. A double headshot to shut down Iluvu. Takes a bit of damage from the turret, but still looking to aggress even further despite the stun. Looking to take some space towards backside, but unfortunately it's gonna be Orangutan to come out even numbered here. 3v3 situation. Japip's quite low as well on site, so it's gonna come down to how these kills go forward. Sapphire and Aruma with a couple of their own, and at the end, it's gonna be Orangutan winning out all the gunfights to take that pistol.
One-way smoke, no problem. Stun, no problem. Twirly is gonna push through, but obviously with that amount of utility play, you are gonna be lower down on your firing rate, especially on that frenzy as well. Little scary, but good reaction to say the least for MLT on that stunts. But nonetheless, the first round going towards Orangutan gives them more space to buy off for the next round. Here we see a Bulldog on the hands of Twirly, and other than that, we also do have those Spectres on their hands. Not an upgrade for Aruma. You know that you have utilities, especially on a chamber like that. Sway, though, gets that first initial pick-off using a Ghost.
More than enough damage being done here. Aruma with the pistol of her own, with the wall bang to find the kills. All of these fights towards mids, they're going completely in Orangutan's favor. No quarter being given at all. It's just down, Tess and Sheriff's in hand, looking to find a little bit more damage possibly. But Orangutan, they've already taken over that A site.
Three players asking if they can shoot their rifles and SMGs because these pistols are already taking off the round, to say the least. Last two remaining players for MLT side, are they gonna fight this, or are they just gonna rather die from that spike detonating? But let's see. That recon didn't catch anyone. Quickly shut down from the side of OGX, expecting actually two shock darts available. They run back. Again, the aggressiveness coming in from the side of OGX. They can still push forward, and that's gonna be Sway and Japeep securing the round.
Twirly's just going for the knife, like she was trying to jump in.
Of course she is.
But yeah, just trying to keep that Tondo counter counting. Not gonna succeed this time around, but there's still quite a few rounds left. For MLT though, there's finally gonna be their full buy kicking in. Unfortunately, not able to do too much damage economically to Orangutan's side in that last map. In that last round. That said though, weapon advantage this time around. Maybe a little bit of aggression might reward them. You can already see a triple stack coming in on that A side towards long to find that early spacing here. And for Orangutan, they haven't really charged up these ultimates to be able to use in this round. Rolling Thunder might be coming out of Sway, but the watchword for Orangutan throughout this map so far has been quick, heavy, fast. And it seems to be a recurrence of that, at least towards Garage Control, because Twirly's already taken it.
They know that Twirly is quite courageous when it comes to looking at Garage as well. Destroying those traps gives them a little bit more space and a little bit more of wondering towards the side of MLT where Twirly might be, but they're basically just waiting for the rotations of the teammates as well. And this makes them wonder and not leave C completely because they don't really know where Twirly might be. And as you can see, OGX is setting up and trying to prep up C long already, especially that they have Garage right now. That's gonna be Twirly's cue to go in and get a kill. That's go kill meta that we're looking at. Less on the other hand, good stun from Twirly, but still caught off guard with that pick off as well. 4v4 situation here, Zach.
You can already see that MLT looking to flood back into side as well. Deny OG the space to work with. Beautiful recon to catch on the position of all of these players. Trades though still coming in. It's all down to Sway. Brings it down to a 1v1, but not able to find that final kill. MLT, they find their first round here off the back of that beautiful recon dart, but that said, it was such an expensive round. They lost 4 of their rifles, so their economy, it's going to be in a little bit of an awkward position. And remember, that was Orangutan's bonus round. They were happy to just get 4 of those rifles out of the hands of these MLT players. In fact, they were so close to winning it. If MLT hadn't been so quick to go in for the retake before that spike even went down, I think that could have easily gone either way. But MLT, they're still able to scrape together a buy, a Judge, a Spectre. Honestly, not the worst weapons that you can see, especially in the hands of your Killjoy towards Garage.
You also have to talk about that perfect flash coming in from Samfire right there.
Yeah.
It was a lot to take for the side of OGX, trades after trades, and like you said, not really going out of that round with more people that they would rather like to, but around is still around for MLT's side, and if they can stop this kind of aggression from Orangutan X, there's more to come from the side of MLT as well.
Orangutan now looking to approach this A side. You already mentioned the player just walked short angle. The double peek though, a little bit too much to deal with. It will lead to first blood being taken by MLT, but Twirly quick on the trade. Now following up on that drone to take a little bit more space. Orangutan, they're only faking this A side though. The rotation seems imminent as they look to aggress towards this Garage or B possibly instead. The problem is that for Garage, they've already expended their drone and recon. They have no way to really clear this judge out aside from manually peeking. And again, the awareness is there that there might be that kind of weaponry in Garage, so they're just looking to go towards B
30
instead.
seconds left.
It's gonna come down to the timing. Envious spots out Casper in her form, and before she can come back out, finds that crucial kill. At least there's an immediate refract to come out of Chaput, so numbers still in a 3v3 situation. Sapphire is gonna be caught off guard. The flash connects, but it's a little bit too late. And Orangutan, they go in through B towards A. They have it completely for free.
10
That
seconds
kind of
left.
time, especially coming in from a breach, they're
planted.
quite difficult. All the way to A side. You thought it's gonna be C, you thought it's gonna be B. It's not gonna happen at all. 3v2 situation. Luna, quite low to say the least. 1 HP, 1 hit, if we are talking about it. And Tess, with the judge, this might be a really difficult retake. Bound to happen. Recon available in 4 seconds here that they might be able to use up, but other than that, this would be really difficult, and I think they're already deciding to go rather for exit frags and save the guns that they have.
It's a good call as well, especially when you
Uh-oh.
consider Timers take down that far. Twirly, though, she's on the hunt, able to take out Tess, so that's at least one less gun that MLT will be able to save. For Orangutan, it's not that much of a problem because their economy, after these wins, it's going to be thriving here. Third round, found for them on Haven. And look at their ultimates as well. They've already gotten the Hunter's Fury as well as that Rolling Thunder in Sway's hands for this next one. Twirly with the overdrive to boot, so even if they don't have money for one of the players to buy a gun, Twirly can just use that ult instead to make this round work out. But I think throughout that previous round that we saw Orangutan, they were really good at just smoking out the positions of where exactly MLT were playing. They didn't get that plant down before they found the numerical advantage, if you noticed. And the calling out of Sway, I think throughout that round, it was pretty incredible as well to be able to just go towards A, get that spike down, and they knew that they had it completely for themselves.
Oh my god! Caught off guard. That's gonna be a Luwu going down immediately. The pinch coming in from the side of MLD, though. They were able to secure 1 trade off from that 2-to-1 trade. Not much of a value for the time being, but I do want to say that I like the lurk that Twirly is doing here as well for the rest of the team. They wouldn't be able to secure A site that fast, especially with the time constraint that they had from the previous round, if she wasn't taking control over sewers as well. So a really, really big advantage for the side of OGX having this fast of a take on a Neon. For the time being, this is going to be a C take, lurking and really lingering towards Garage here. That's going to be Envious, catching 1, maybe even 2. They weren't aware for this. And that's a 2 pickoffs quite easily.
1 enemy remaining.
Find a little bit
Spike
more space,
planted.
but it's too aggressive for her taste. Finds a huge kill, picks up the rifle as well. Now it's here, 1v3 to clutch out, finds the first kill, holds to the reload, has the Hunter's Fury as well, a little bit more additional time with that. It's gonna come out isolated. Oh! And it's the clutch for Japim, so 1v3 for Orangutan to get their 4th round. Absolute insanity. She doesn't even need the ult. It's just Japim's all the way. Wow, what a round.
I mean, you could already say what her priorities were at that point. She was trying to really pin her down, especially the one defusing the spike, which was Envious, and really just allowing the Sova to try and pre-fire, try to shoot out, or maybe make an engagement happen. But instead, we saw a double kill for the side of OGX, especially coming in from Japeeps. She wasn't able to use up her Hunter's Fury for that post plant, to say the least. It was a 2v1. Was probably gonna be someone pushing her instead, and that allowed her to really think of and make that decision to just pre-fire and just make this thing happen, make a clutch happen, and she actually did.
Man, that was just insanity. Like you mentioned, the focus to be just spraying towards that spike and trying to get them off the defuse. She got the shot as well, which was really, really nice for her. But that said, that was an absolutely insane clutch to come out of Japeeps there. More than that, I think it was just the lack of trades that really caused problems for MLT in that round. Like, you saw that their focus was the spike, but they had enough time. They could have taken the 2v1 against Japeeps and tried to win it out instead of whatever just went down. But hey, we're just second guessing here. At the end of the day, Japeeps, she was able to clutch it out, and that was an eco round for MLT. So despite the loss, they're still gonna have the economy to buy up for this one. They're getting close to a lot of their own ults as well to counter, in particular that Hunter's Fury as well as the Rolling Thunder for Sapphire. So I think that if Sway looks to get aggressive with her own ult, definitely a retake possibility available for Samphire here. And now once again, Alubu, we saw this on Lotus before, how aggressive she was willing to get. Once again, she takes up all of the space towards mid, and that's just free information available. If Iruma decides to jump down, it's going to be a free kill unless she pre-fires that angle.
Eluvo just really waiting patiently. This, though, gives them control towards mid completely. They know there's not going to be anyone there. And probably Eluvo, or rather Iruma, might die off, like you said, when she jumps out of this. But other than that, it's fighting for intel, fighting for info at this point. And MLT, no aggression, aside from Elua basically going towards mid. Other than that, it's just a waiting game, patience game to say. And perhaps Elua, already getting a little bit of an info, might go for that aggression. And this can be the perfect timing for that lurk as well.
Rolling Thunder gonna be invested now by Orangutan, but like you mentioned, the lurk is finally kicking in. Elubu has the flank, and now Orangutan, they're pincered in here. Elubu just farming up these kills, keeping the numbers in their favor. Super low as well, so towards spawn, it's just MLT having a crossfire at the choke point, taking them down. It's just one player left alive. Casper, as always, 15 seconds, no time. It's just about how much damage she can really find here. Gets the first, looking for a little bit more, a second to boot, but that will be that. MLT, they regain control and break Orangutan's momentum successfully.
Really perfect decision making here, especially coming in from Elu and pushing. And I guess the timing just worked perfectly for her as well. Even the trademark detecting her was quite late, to say the least. She was able to spot the chamber already. And other than that, able to secure a second kill on towards a long. 4-2 is going to be the scoreline. And if we look at MLT, it's like Christmas already. They already have all the ults ready up.
Yeah, I think Christmas is the best way to say it, the way that it's been going down here. Now though, MLT, they're quick to capitalize off that momentum that they found in the previous round. They go for aggression once again and are able to punish Orangutan quite effectively, taking out both Sway and Twirly in the bargain. No trade to come through either. And now again, Alubu, she's been so incredible at just positioning and repositioning herself up for success. The remainder of Orangutan, they look to push towards B, but the problem with B side is that in these numerical disadvantages, it's just so easy to play for the retake. Iruma with the angle to try and take out Tess first, but Elubu once again the off angle finds success, finally taken out, but it's a 2v4 situation. Orangutan, they're gonna have to take these fights, and they look to get aggressive here. The flash is perfect, and it's gonna be enough for Samphire to confirm both of these kills. MLT, they find 3.
Really good pinch coming in from MLT's side. And if you think about it, they only used up one ult here coming in from Luna, which was the Hunter's Fury. But other than that, it's still saved up. They still have so much utilities for a retake scenario that we're looking at. And I think Orangutan knows that perfectly and would go for a timeout to talk about it as well. Economy, not really favoring them much, but we've seen them time and time again catching a Thrifty and getting Thrifty back from game number 1. So you just never know.
Yeah, you never really know how these rounds play out, especially like you mentioned the ultimates, right? Twirly has the overdrive, and that ultimate, it could genuinely be just one of the most terrifying in the game. The way, especially if you've mastered Neon's movement like Twirly really has, that you've seen so often, it can just prove to be devastating for MLT's side. But for MLT, they can play this really, really cautiously because, like you mentioned, they have 4 ultimates of their own. In particular, the Lockdown and the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be huge to be able to get onto site and get that spike down. I think that we'll most likely see a swing towards the A site by Orangutan, possibly trying to bait out that Lockdown. I think the goal for Orangutan would be to get as many of the round ultimates out of their opponents as possible and maybe get that spike down to boot for a little bit of an economic buffer. Apart from that, if they can win the round, great. Like you mentioned, Thrifties, we've been seeing them all day today. But if they can at least smoke out these ultimates from MLT, it's going to be a great round for them.
Especially they also have an ult coming in from Casper, to say the least. If they get the good pickoffs or the pickups that they need, they could definitely use this aggression towards mid. That's going to be a Lubu dashing away. 69 HP, nice for the time being. And this is an aftershock to push her out more. But again, nothing to follow up on. Japeeps, good for 1 HP.
she got it at 1 HP as well, like just a casual fadeaway towards the back. So things still maintained in a 3v3. However, like you mentioned, both Casper and Japeeps looking incredibly low, just one bullet away from basically any gun that you choose to use at this point in time, whether it's a Phantom, a Vandal, or Sheriff, whatever it might be. Orangutan, they look to reposition towards the seaside where Samfire is still hanging around being a menace. It's going to come down to these engagements. The jump peak does spot out that player, so I think the flash will be invested. Counter as well coming out of Sway, and the recon, it's going to be enough to force the Rolling Thunder out of MLT's side, cutting off Sway, getting that first kill. It's just the Breach utility coming in all the way here to concuss the two remaining players. 30 seconds left. They're going to be caught in the crosshairs of Iluvu. First kill coming through the aftershock to push Casper out, and it's going to be more than enough for MLT to get it 4-4. Like I said, for Orangutan, their goal was to smoke out these ultimates, so they got the Rolling Thunder outside. That said, though, MLT, they have repositioned themselves successfully really well after that slow start.
I do love the utility usage coming in from MLT as well. That aftershock just to secure and really punish players hiding from Cubby. And Iluwu, yet again, this aggression towards mid. OGX was trying to answer it back, but she keeps getting 1 kills. I guess that's why I'm not Radiant.
Don't worry, I'm right there with you. I'm not either, so that's why we're casters. You know, we get to talk about the game and highlight these players because we're not Radiant yet. But anyway, I think we like our job, and it's definitely a pleasure when you do have players like this. Again, Iluwu, she's been so incredibly pushing out all of these rounds, spots out the barrel of Iruma's gun, takes her out, and that's the first blood again going in MLT's favor. She's been so incredible, just taking up the space for free without repercussions. However, Twirly, she's quick to bounce back here, using the Neon to full potential, and now the lockdown, it comes out of the defenders here, but Orangutan, they're going to be able to find that kill onto the Omen. Envy is taken out, opens up the seaside, and that lockdown, it's not going to really do much. Orangutan, they keep the numbers up, and off the back of that Cosmic Divide, get a few plans on the seaside.
Little bit rattled, especially with a push coming in from Twirly. Again, when you set up a breach against a Twirly, which uses a Neon, gonna be quite difficult with the wind-up time. But looking at Iluwu right now, she's really hitting her shots, really confident on the takes, and really have good reads when it comes to the positions of the opponents. Low on the HP, that's gonna be that Cubby. Twirly, on the other hand, goes for that fight. They get the kills left and right. That's gonna be Twirly ending up with a triple kill.
No Tondo, sadly, but really great round to come out of her. Nevertheless, triple kill. And Orangutan, they find a round after 3 losses in a row. I think that, like you mentioned, Iluwu being able to find these openings has been huge for MLT. But Orangutan, they were finally able to react quickly. This opener from Twirly, as well as the awareness to be able to take out Envious towards C, and that quick rotation, thanks to the Cosmic Divide from Casper, it just set them up for success, especially if you notice the way they play that post plant, right? 2 towards long, 2 towards garage, just giving MLT no real opportunity to break these crossfires and take those fights. Now we're looking at a full op versus op duel here. Ultimate to come out of Iruma's chamber, and Iluwu has an operator finally online.
The smoke coming in from the Astra, which is Casper, by the way. I think really expecting that this operator will come into play, and they want to secure transferring or going through a main, being safe and really not get that initial pick off or give that initial pick off in the hands of Iluwu. Still on play though. This is going to be the traps being destroyed. Iruma still has that ultimate to play around the tour de force as well. Iluwu, clear shot, clear angle. On the other hand, shot didn't connect. She has to reposition herself. It's gonna be an A push right now, and then overdrive to the face. And for the second, that's gonna be Luna going down as well. A side secured, and the plant is on its way.
Beautiful entries to come out of Twirly here. Overdrive. I mean, when you have a Neon sliding into your DMs like that, there's really not much you can do, except unless you get a lucky headshot off, as we saw in that previous map. It might just be the call to save here for this MLT squad, with them being 2 players down. Very intelligent, especially if you consider the post plans available for this Orangutan squad as well. Hunter's Fury is still online for Japeep, so it's just going to be them trying to hold on to their rifles. That said, though, really, really unfortunate there that the operator has been lost. Orangutan, they've picked it up to boot, so that's going to be something else that MLT are going to have to be wary of. They've been pushing up, Aluva in particular has been pushing up so many of these rounds, knowing that Orangutan, they're just playing for these rifles here, but with that operator coming into play, it might be just one more lane that MLT are going to have to be wary about pushing up.
Especially in the hands of a chamber as well, that could rendezvous quite easily back to where he wants to be, or rather where she wants to be at this sense at this point.
Let's play.
And so far for OGX, Twirly has been phenomenal in really trying to look up on the spaces where Orangutan can rotate, and having a tree map, or rather tree side map, you have all the choices in the world. Having Twirly run around across the map safely and getting pickoffs here really gives that opportunity for OGX to rotate in case they're stuck on a position that they don't want to be. But look at this. Bladestorm is up and online, already out onto mid. Twirly pushing in on the side itself. Japeeps was able to secure 1 kill on that Hunter's Fury. This side is open for them to take yet again.
Such nice zoning to come out thanks to the Hunter's Fury, just cutting off these players on site and even finding a kill to boot, so that's gonna be huge there. Elubu though already on the flank, looking for a little bit of damage, takes down Sway, and now the pressure is on site here. They have smoked out the position of Luna as well. The shot goes wide and Luna is able to take her out. It's all down to Casper. A 1v2 situation, does have the Astral Utility ready to go, so that's gonna be the first one taken out of play. Now the 1v2 situation, she's been incredible before in the past, but this time Luna walks up a little bit ahead, catches the angle, and takes Casper out. That's going to be MLT with a successful retake. And again, I have to make the point here, the rounds that they're winning, right? It's off the back of Eluva's heroics. Whether she finds those early openers with that quick flank, she's been the difference maker for this MLT squad.
And especially they take up C, a lot of space here on C quite fast. She was able to go wrap around the players here of Orangutan X quite easily. Give up information that, you know, there's not going to be anyone on mid. Came from garage, no problem at all. And you can safely make a retake happen and focus on something else compared to really trying to pincer and punish players and try to find them instead. Look at this positioning from Envious. Might be deadly for her. A one and done. And that's going to be the kill. But quickly traded off by Elubu.
Yeah, operator gonna be back online, and that will take Sway out of the equation. However, with Envious being taken out early on, that's gonna mean no more star covers available, and that's gonna make Orangutan pushing a little bit more comfortable for them. There's just no way to cut off these crucial angles, and now once again they look to train their sights onto this east side. Jump peek from Twirly to try and catch Tess off guard. The stun connects as well, and you can already see how willing Twirly is looking to get here. The double peek, too much for Tess to deal with, and that will be a crucial kill to open up sight and the plants. 3v4.
Well executed take, especially here on A Link. Now they know that it might be coming in from B Link. Instead, mid is covered by the side of OGX. No one really playing on site here. Utility wise, they still have a pull coming in from an Astra that is set up on that post plant, if I'm guessing. And Casper to get on one kill. No scope from Eluo's side. Maybe another opportunity to get this final kill towards Twirly, but she's just running around across the map.
Elubu does swap out the rifle here, but she has to be fast in this 1v3 to find these kills. Spots out the first player, gets it, but it's gonna have to be an ace clutch. And with the spike planted for A-Link, there's just nothing that she can really do as Japanese finally shuts her down. It's gonna be a 5-7 half for MLT. Sure, they're a little bit behind here, but for Orangutan, with that side swap coming in, how well do you think we're gonna be seeing them perform on defense with the new agent comp they're running? I don't know about you, but I think our panel will probably have quite a bit to say about what we've seen so far. It's another 5-7 half. I think in the beginning as well, on map number 1, Orangutan was a little bit behind, but now MLT, they're pretty close to catching up.
Let's see, coming in from our panel side, Mika and Coldan, please do take it away.
Oh, scenes from the first map, but this time around OGX on top with that 7-5 scoreline. And it was really back and forth at the start of this half, right? Both teams showing promise, both teams showing initiative in taking those early duels, but it feels like OGX, towards the second half of their first half, they slowly understood the pace of MLT. They were able to put early in very key pivotal spots. The pivot off, that one round where they went into B and then they pivoted into A. Those kinds of creative plays on the fly that really let OGX shine in this first half.
I absolutely love the Aluo versus Twirly showdown that we're seeing, right? It's like the operator versus Twirly going in and everything. I missed Ineri for a little bit right there, that's why I name dropped her. But this is absolutely a great showdown. I can't wait to see when the sides switch around though, because as we do know, OGX does have a bit of that, X factor when it comes into attack. So let's see if the momentum does indeed swing in their favor or if MLT can close this one out. Casters, back to you.
A little bit of a setbacks coming in from Mika there for Ineri, but nevertheless, 5-7. We talk about this half that we have right now. To say the least, one pistol round can say everything or can come back for the side of MLT and make it a quick 7-7.
For sure. And I think that Haven as well, right? We talked about how Lotus tends to be a very attacker-sided map. I think for Haven as well, depending on the team comp that you're running, that can be the case. And with Orangutan opting for the Chamber instead of a Cypher or Killjoy, which is a little bit more traditional on this map, it's gonna get them a little bit more firepower for sure. But it might be a bit more difficult for them to really defend through here. MLT now looking for a quick push onto the C side. Not much of a default really coming in. You do have one player lurking in, but Aluvo again, she's been so powerful throughout today. Able to find that first kill already, and Envious from the lurk gets a second one to boot. That's going to be a 3v5 almost 15 seconds into the round.
As they say, if Twirly can be fast, Aluvo as well. Sway gets one kill here, making it a 4v3 situation. And Twirly all the way from C-Long. This might be big for the time being, but this flash is still on play. This is the last two remaining members from the side of OGX, and that's going to be Tess going down. They still have space here for Twirly to go and wrap around. Flash settles in, and Lugo in the corner catches her instead. 6-7, MLT secures the pistol.
You said it, Tayrawr. If MLT take the pistol, it's probably going to be an equalizer that we're seeing. So I think that's going to be the case here. Luvu, of course, 3 kills on the round already. 18 and 10 so far. Dominating by far on the server. So definitely the reason why this game is so neck and neck. That said, though, for MLT, I think the rest of the team, they're going to have to wake up a little bit as well now that we're in the second half. Same to be said for Orangutan. Aruma had a bit of a quiet first half. So I think that if we can see a little bit more action coming out of a Chamber, that aggression, the first peaks that we see so often on this A side, it might be a bit of a difference maker. But so far, at least, MLT, they realized that the C side, it worked for them in the past. They might be looking to repeat that in the future. Casper, once again, the only player to be on site, just going for these jump peaks. And she, too, will be falling back to try and play the 5v5 retake.
I think she learned her lesson from that pistol round a while ago. She was already thinking of going back and playing for retake, but that didn't happen. And instead, she got flash. Nonetheless, this is a round so far for MLT taking 2 players down already. Very deadly weapon in the corner. And Twirly actually wrapping around. They don't know this. It's a crossfire for the time. Ooh. And that's going to be Twirly taking on a kill. 2v2 situation. Not too bad for a pistol here on the side of OGX.
Problem here is the HP, though. The 2 remaining players for Orangutan, they're super low here. They might have picked up the upgrades at the very least, but it's going to be very difficult for them to take that space onto site, especially MLT. They're considering to push towards CT instead, to take another lane here to make sure that's not going to be where that push is coming from. However, there's going to be Luna alone on site. However, Twirly not looking in the right direction. It's just going to come down to the 1v1s, and Luna able to win out both of them thanks to that HP advantage. It's going to be another round for MLT, successfully converting their anti-eco, but it was a little bit expensive. They're going to be losing 3 of those guns.
Thought they were going to be isolating or going to be able to isolate some fights here for the side of OGX. But Luna, to say the least, very lucky position that we have right here. Really good position coming in from Luna to actually finish off the last 2 remaining members. But like you said, Zach, it hurts the economy for the side of MLT. We're looking at 2 Bulldogs in their hands for this bonus round that we're looking at. But you just never know what works out. We've seen a lot of sheriff shots happen.
For sure, and I think Twirly realizes the danger of that. She's been through that kind of thing before, so immediately choosing to fall back here, try to play on site with her teammate. The off angle, perfect here, and Twirly able to find 2 kills already. The backup from the rest of the Orangutan squad is here as well. 3 for Twirly before she finally gets taken out. And now it's just down to Luna and Samfire. Make that just Samfire with the Sheriff, finds one towards Garage, picks up the Vandal to boot, so suddenly this looks a little bit more possible until, of course, Casper with the angle just finds another headshot. Orangutan, they win their full buy and keep 3 of their rifles, so economically at least they're building themselves a little bit of a buffer, and the overdrive is ready for Twirly as well, so she can always drop a teammate a gun and just be like, hey guys, I got my ult if I need it.
I'm actually quite interested what will happen in the next following rounds here, as we are still looking at an even score, to say the least. And other than that, one round can almost immediately make you have a deficit when it comes to economy side as well. And I'm just curious to see if this aggression coming in from Twirly would fall back, or will it just continue to be just around the map, all the way lurking. Let's see. But with that, MLT just preparing for what seems to be a control over A main, A lobby, and Garage.
Yeah, they're being very careful about their approach. They know that Orangutan like to play all of these nasty off angles. First point of contact, like you mentioned, gonna be Twirly, Jiggling and Garage, gonna be taken out by that 2-person push. So huge opener there. A fake dark cover to come through as well, causing the rotation over towards C. The bait has been laid and it's been taken by Orangutan. Only Sway really left around this A side. You saw her considering to rotate as well, but just waiting on site to try and play it out. Takes down a Luvu. That's the tip of the spear. Eliminated. And in short, Iruma able to win out at least 1 pick before being taken down. Numbers in favor of MLT now as they take that A side and they get the block down.
Spike planted.
Good sell on the fake, I would say, for the side of MLT, but Chapeeps almost getting shot at. But a 3v2 situation that we have right here, if this retake goes in the favor of OGX right now, they might need to find that first initial pick off. The sucky is definitely there, and perfect opportunity to pull out the dart. And now with one more shock dart they can definitely use. They cleared out Hell as well. 2v1 situation and secured for the time being. OGX,
Thanks.
the retake is phenomenal.
Can we talk about that utility combo? They spot out Luna's position. Casper has the pull with the Astra to come in, and that makes her vulnerable. So the shock dart, even if she was decent HP, yeah, it would have been like almost 150 damage just like that. So Orangutan, incredible retake to come out of them. That was a 2v3, and they play it to perfection, especially at the end as well. Casper, just the awareness to check under heaven while her teammate is covering everything else, will let OG find 9, and that was a round that MLT had the advantage in. They had the spike down. They could have repositioned towards short instead, but Orangutan, they just picked them apart, and there's no hope left. 9-7, Orangutan, they continue leading here, and it's gonna be the second timeout for MLT to be called, which is very interesting because even though they have a lot of ultimates that are staggered up here, they just don't have the money to work with.
They do have pistols, the sheriffs on their hands, and maybe, you just never know, if they get the right pickups that they want to get, they might be pulling out a Hunter's Fury if it allows them to, or if the team of OGX allows them to. But so far, we haven't seen the overdrive being used up yet from the side of OGX, and I'm actually assuming that maybe if ever they lose a round and it's an eco disadvantage for OGX, we might be seeing that overdrive being pulled out. But to say the least, so far they're on the lead here. They have the guns as well, and we're looking at Eluwu with one Spectre on her hand. Let's see what will happen for this round as we are looking at a stack on mid. MLT, especially Eluwu, leading the charge here. Someone in the corner, that's gonna be Iruma. She goes back and TP's back. Rendezvous, perfect, but not enough to connect the shots in. 1 HP remaining for Eluwu, still surviving.
Oh, that was chaos. That was a really nice recon though to come out of Luna, finally catching Aruma's position off guard. A little bit of whip from both sides, but all good. But it seems like MOT, they still have the numbers advantage in their favor. Full squad now kicking in to boot. They have the Hunter's Fury ready to go to try and do some damage. The Mollies as well, but they're burning through this utility quite quickly here. Burley with the stun, looking to take up space, get a little bit of that diffuse going, and while half of it is already through here, the shock dart and the sheriff shots, it's gonna be enough to clutch out the Thrifty for MLT. They played that to perfection. Every single player walking off site and just spamming utility to deny Orangutan the diffuse.
Like we said, if they get the right pickoffs here, Zach, they will pull out that Hunter's Fury, and indeed they did. And at the same time, there was no one really lurking around them, and they were comfortable enough to pull it out quite early. They still have shock darts in preparation for that post-plant scenario. Anyway, it was just perfect connection towards the hands of OGX here. Unfortunate though for Iruma, especially in that corner after that rendezvous. It could have been the good opening that OGX was looking for. This is now the overdrive that we were talking about. Now on a pistol round, 25 HP for Tess. She still managed to survive a 5v4 though.
Like we talked about, if you can hit that immediate headshot, the overdrive, it's going to be taken out of the equation. But if you can't, it's going to cause a little bit more trouble. Now, a 4-person flank coming in, 3-person flank rather, coming in from Orangutan. Luna hears all of these sound cues, and she gets the lineup as well. All 3 kills to come in her pocket, and it's just down to Casper. A 1v5, a flawless for MLT as Envious smokes out her position. And just like that, we are tied up once again. Both teams, they're going to have the buy rounds coming in. A lot of ultimates on the board. And I genuinely feel like this is a swing round that could decide how the rest of the game plays out.
Fastest triple kill I've seen so far for this second game that we're looking at. Luna just on point with crisp shots, corner to corner. And again, for the side of OGX and MLT, it's still a 50-50. We're still not sure what's going to happen for this map that we're looking at. But it is a buy round for OGX this time around. Operator in play, perfect for Aruma as she takes away one of the most punishing players here for the side of MLT.
Yeah, with the Luvu, she's been able to make so much space for this attacking side of MLT. So her being out of the equation is definitely going to be a little bit of relief to Orangutan, especially so early on in the round. That said, though, they can't afford to get super complacent because the rest of the team, they still have the resources to work with here. In particular, I'm looking at the lockdown as well as that Rolling Thunder. Orangutan, they have the tools to counter here, but I think it's going to come down to how exactly these ults end up trading each other the way that they look to go onto the side. MLT, they're not investing anything quite yet, just trying to walk up and play for contact. The thing is, Orangutan, they're playing quite far back. It's going to be the Rolling Thunder that's necessary to take them out of the equation. The stuns come in to boot, and Orangutan, they're able to push up quite heavily on short. The fights, though, it's going to be equal trading out so far. And Orangutan, they keep their numbers ahead by 1.
Recon to recon. Good for Japeeps, though she was there at least able to trade out the players here of MLT. Good positioning from Casper, already lurked up, but it's only good for 1. 2v1 situation. Now it's all up to Tess to make something happen here. She still has a lockdown available, but look at this pincer coming in from OGX. That operator is already waiting for her.
Yeah, nice rotation and reads coming out of Aruma. But of course, that flank from Casper, it was just so perfectly timed. She tucked herself into the attacker spawn as soon as the rotation was able to come in. So that was not only her being able to get a kill, but also the information onto where exactly that last player, Tess, was headed. With the clock ticking, she had to go towards C, and the reposition from Aruma was just perfectly timed there to be able to take her out. 9-10 now, Orangutan. 1 round away from breaking the economy for MLT, and they still have the tools to deal with a lockdown from Tess as well with that Hunter's Fury available for Japeeps. It's gonna be a quick push by the Orangutan squad though towards the spawn here. Already the first kill to come out of Twirly. She goes all the way, and Aruma with the second as well. Absolute bonkers
She's already back
stuff.
in garage.
She just falls back. It's so clean.
The thing is, she disrespected the smoke already. I was expecting her to die down, especially with all the stuns coming forward. I was expecting for MLT to try and fight and contest, but that didn't happen. And again, 5v3 situation. Down to 2 less players here for MLT's side. Other than that, though, it's still quite open for the taking. No one really taking control over C long to really know that there's no one there. And aside from that, it's just patience game from OGX.
Yeah, now that they've gotten that advantage, right, you can see how passively they're happy to play because they know that MLT will have to come to them anyway. They're just trying to hold down the crossfires on site, play for their existing protocols, and it's just patience coming out of them, which is very nice to see. Japeeps, of course, going for the jiggle, does spot out a Lulu, immediately gonna trigger utility out of the rest of OG, and this reach utility, it might be the difference maker. Sway manages to cross over onto site here, playing up close and personal, and again, MLT with the clock ticking, they're gonna have to make a move. They look to flood in through Garage, able to find the trade, a 1-for-1 so far, but Seaside is still quite heavily stacked here. MLT with another kill, and it's just gonna come down to Envious. 1v2 has to plant. There's a player on site, and it's just going to be Casper to swing out and find that final kill. 11-9 now. Orangutan 2 rounds from locking in their spot in the upper bracket.
Good decision coming in from Casper as well to just walk through and not let the last player of MLT hear her no more. And this allowed, obviously, for Envious to be more comfortable in planting that spike and making that timing happen. But this fast kill towards or outside Garage coming in from Twirly, this was a hit and run. Literally. Hit and run. And with that, you just get flabbergasted. You just have to reset on what you're gonna do next, you know? And for the time being, they're a little bit rattled here. Going up against Aruma is gonna be Elu going down again, punishing players left and right. Aruma for the second here. Maybe another. Ooh, not gonna hit.
Yeah, just you really don't want to dry peek with Inoa Chamber as an operator. She gets 2 kills for absolutely free there, and looking for a little bit more towards Long this time around. Has the operator ready to go, and MLT, they're being picked apart bit by bit on this ace side. You can see that all of them are kind of contesting this part of the map. No control to be found anywhere else. And you can see that B and C are both under watch as well by Casper and Twirly. It seems like MLT, they are going to be looking to commit here, but the timing on the flash is perfect. Sway able to find the first, but Tess there for the refrags. 2 kills of her own now to bring it down to a 2v3. And you can already see that Casper, she's once again on the flank.
Still a 3v2 scenario here. OGX, they have to be really careful. They're really stacking up here on A. They have control over Garage as well. But this ult from the Killjoy allows them to know that it's going to be an A hit. He will fight it actually. Twirly to go in front of the players here. Well executed for the side of MLT so far. But Iruma on the Heaven side. Will she find someone? Yep, that's gonna be Tess trying to just hide and tuck away in the corner. 4 HP remaining, and that's the shutdown from Casper instead.
Casper coming in to clutch it all out at the end, wins the 1v1 to perfection. We'll have time to retrieve the operator as well. So an excellent round to come out of Orangutan. That said, though, we saw moments of brilliance coming out of MLT as well. Like you mentioned, the lockdown to try and bait out a peak. Twirly takes the bait, gets punished, and brings it down to a 2v2. Unfortunately, though, the lack of a controller remaining for the MLT side would let Iruma find a free kill from Heaven. Awkward positioning to come out of Tess there, and she gets punished. Either way, though, a really nice round to come out of Orangutan and a very well-coordinated retake that's going to bring them to match and series point. And now they are just ready to make this happen, end it here and now, just 1 round away.
They do have that setup from a Breach Flash, but the thing is, the peak coming in from Elu was already there before the flash settled in. That allowed them basically to get that free kill and maybe just a rendezvous back quite easily. This is going to be a TP out trying to get away, but the perfect setup from Casper and Twirly. The combination has just been phenomenal so far from this teammates and from this team. Chemistry definitely there.
Yeah, I gotta say, Casper is probably the best Astra player to ever touch a mouse in Game Changers. I'm saying that right now. You can fight me on that if you want, but I will fight you for that with wounds and all. That said, though, Twirly finds yet another kill. A quick flank coming in. Orangutan, they're crunching in heavily on the MLT squad here. 3 on the round for Twirly. Aruma finds 1 towards Heaven, but the overdrive, it finds 4, and just like that, Aruma to find the final kill. Ace denied. The map confirmed. Orangutan, they're gonna be moving on in that upper bracket with a 2-0 victory. Incredible
Squad's
work
dead.
coming out of the squad. We were skeptical. We were talking about the roster shuffles. We weren't sure if they would succeed, but the OGs, they go all the way, and now they're gonna be moving on with that 2-0.
For this day alone, we only get 1 kill from a knife. I'm sad, but hey, at least we got one, right? Coming in from Orangutan X as well. Well thought by the Filipinos, like we said. But anyhow, this was a clean 2-0 coming in from this team. And it was almost a 50-50. But in the end, especially on the latter part of the game, it seems like OGX has that more stability, capability when it comes to that chemistry as well. Really well executed coming in from this team, but it's not yet over here, Zach. They still do have that lower bracket to fight on.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot of matches basically for the next following days. But I guess,
Yes.
what are your last thoughts before we give it to the panel, Zach?
I think that for MLT, right, for a squad that was formed literally for the LCQ, relatively new team, sure they have experienced players, it's incredible to see that they were able to stand toe-to-toe with Orangutan. Like, yes, it was a 2-0, but both of these games, they were pretty close. I think it was, 13-10 and 13-9. So it's really a testament that they were able to put up such a show, and I really look forward to see how they're going to be doing in that lower bracket run. But for today, at least, it's going to be Orangutan on top with that 2-0. And to talk about exactly how they managed to pull off the 2-0, let's see what Mika and Coldan have to say.
I absolutely love how close this series was. I mean, it was neck and neck, right? It was a 2-0, but that doesn't say anything to how close the rounds really were. There were a lot of back and forths that happened all throughout the series, actually. And I think that, that really goes to show it's a testament to how much MLT have improved in such a short span of time. But also, OGX, you're seeing that, that X factor once again that they have that managed to take them right here to this stage on Elite.
Yeah, OGX played that attacking side to perfection. I mean, again, I loved what they were able to do on the defense as well, right? We saw so many times where they went for flanks, early round aggression as well. Like, Twirly was just a menace on the Neon. And that kind of aggression, right, it isn't used every single round. When you use it every single round, it becomes predictable, you become readable. MLT will be able to counter that, but you can see from OGX's playstyle, they take those aggressive rounds, not every single round, they spice it up. Some rounds they go slow, some rounds they go fast, and they even let Aruma cook, right, letting her use the AWP, right, she's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but you cannot underestimate the fact that she put in so much impact, especially during the tail end of that defending side. It is the perfect blend of like aggression and then passiveness coming in from OGX on the defending side, which I loved to see that dynamic play, especially with a Neon on your squad.
Yeah, it was so much fun. It was so much fun, and you could tell, those moments where Twirly was indeed having fun. I have to commend Sway as well. Her initiates were on point, but I would say that she was toe-to-toe with Sapphire. They were both actually really, really good this series. And I have to commend Luna as well. That triple kill on C-Long was that was pretty shocking. One of the most shocking moments that has happened today. I still think that the Sunset Pick still takes the top for shocking moments of today. But yeah, Luna was just so good at isolating fights. And, even if, for example, you'd see MLT have the numbers, disadvantage, Luna was able to stay calm and actually cleverly reposition herself to take the fights one-on-one. And I feel like she's such a smart player. She has had experience, by the way, playing in other regions other than APAC, so that definitely shows. Love to see her again. For now, though, it is OGX continuing their story here on the upper bracket. I think we expected nothing less, especially since the squad has been through, the roller coaster ride for them that is Game Changers 2023, right? And Twirly over here, she has had so much impact on this squad, right? You're absolutely right. It seems like the squad was trying to match the pace of the Neon sometimes, and you could actually feel them when Twirly would go in. They'd be like, "Oh, we gotta go too. You gotta rush in too."
yeah, sometimes her pace is just so fast, right? There were so many times where I see Twirly entering the site and the defenders just had their util in hand, a breach flash in hand, the Sova dart ready for the entry, but she was already in. She was already shooting them at the side of the head. So that kind of pace change that OGX are able to employ, I think if they continue with this kind of playstyle, they're gonna be a menace in this tournament itself, right? Elite, that they're really leveling up the game. Up against a honestly quite formidable MLT. They did take them to relative deep waters, not the deepest that I've seen OGX been taken, but it's still a good feat coming in from MLT. I'm happy from what I saw today, especially Luna, right? As you mentioned, I think she's one of the shining stars of MLT going forward. She's going to be a key factor if they're going to want to win a couple matches here in Elite.
I love what you mentioned about OGX and them having this we keep talking about how when their backs are against the wall, they have this ability to be able to come back. Not a lot of teams have that. It's not OGX aren't exactly the team that I would call squeaky clean, right? They're not exactly SMG kind of clean. They're not exactly perfect. There are those rounds where it looks like what was that? But there is this ability that they have, that the team has, and I think it's within each player, that they're able to actually turn something on and just be able to turn things around even when the odds are stacked against them. And that's a quality that can't be easily taught. And I think it speaks to just how how mentally strong players here at OGX are, especially since having been a roster that's gone through so much over these months and over this entire 2023, right? And it's incredible to see them right here. And I know that they're just getting started. I know that they're just getting warmed up here, especially since they're dealing with some last-minute roster shuffles. So, Coldan, I think exciting things for the squad, but I would say also exciting things for MLT as well. Much like Nick's Kyosei, now that they're in the lower bracket and they have nothing left to lose, I'm excited to see them in that kind of form.
Yeah, as you mentioned, right, nothing left to lose. Now they're in the lower brackets. I think that is where all your chains are just removed from your body. You just have your entire strategy just thrown into the server, everything you can to stay alive. I think that is going to be the game plan for those squads in the lower brackets. But today, we have the two favorite teams moving on in the bracket. So it's got to be SMG versus OGX later on in the tournament, not so soon. But that's an interesting matchup, right? OGX being that consistent squad that's actually second seed in this tournament. Maybe not making as many grand finals, but they've always made playoffs. They always made top 3, top 4. And I think going back to what you said, right, the resilience coming in from OGX is really nice to see. Backs up against the wall. They still managed to do it, right? Be it really scrimmy, really scrappy rounds, but they still pull it together. We saw a couple of times, right? Casper put in the clutch, last player standing, but she still gets the job done. She still pushes the team over the line. And at the end of the day, that is a top quality squad, right? That is something that you need in a top squad, that resilience to push over the edge, even though you might not be in the most favorable position. So I'm excited to see how that matchup goes up ahead later on, right? SMG versus OGX. We'll let them have a couple of days off to practice, maybe practice their sunset. You never know, since it's already been broken out of the strat book. But yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be one of the highlight matches, right? And I think that you did bring up that very interesting quality of OGX, right? That I think that a lot of teams here would agree, or a lot of the talents here would agree that OGX is our dark horse for Elite, right? They're not exactly as clear of favorites as Team SMG or even RQ Kaguya or Full Sense Sapphire, right? But there is a chance. There is a very slim chance that maybe these guys could do it. And I do agree with that. I do think that they are the dark horse for this competition. There is something special about them. Whether or not they can manage to slip through that window, we will have to find out, especially as the matches get dicier and dicier. As Alexi said earlier, it's not exactly too spicy just yet. We did have a couple of shockers here and there today, but nothing. I don't think we've seen anything yet. Most of our teams are still warming up here, right, Coldan?
Yeah, a couple of teams still yet to play. We're gonna see them tomorrow, but that's for another day. But again, I think going back to what you said about OGX, I think there was the Twitter Space event that was held for GC, like, what was it, yesterday or the day before?
It was last week. time is a blur.
It merges all into one long day. But we had a couple of predictions from the talents, and I noted that a lot had predicted Full Sense Sapphire or RQ Kaguya to be potential upsets, but no one really mentioning OGX, right? And it goes back to your point about the Dark Horse thing, which is, yeah, they might be a little underestimated, right? Especially with the change up with the new player coming in, Sway, as well as Mythica on the substitute role. I think what we've seen today from Sway, right? The calling has been really nice coming in from her, especially if she was the one being, calling for this squad. Those attacking rounds, some of them were really, really nice. I love the slow play that they were able to implement, as well as some faster plays, especially on the defending side, because it's not easy, right? When you have a Neon on the defense, you have to pick and choose which areas you want to be aggressive Neon, and not every IGL is the best to come up with new ideas every single round. And today, I think what we saw on the defending side of Haven was a great testament to Sway's calling ability. So I hope to see more of that coming in the future days as they continue to play on the tournament. But I mean, today I think it's just good signs from OGX.
I did miss her. I did miss her here on this squad, and you're absolutely right. You have a Neon on defense, and there are not a lot of IGLs that can handle that, so to say. Zahk here is protesting, by the way, who says
maybe
that
I missed
there
her
was
prediction.
one talent who did say that OGX would make it all the
Shout
way,
out to
and
her, shout out to her.
that was Zahk, which is Zahk is a powerhouse when it comes to all of the game changers. As you guys know, she's been all around the different regions of game changers. So when she says that hey, you guys can possibly make it, that is not you guys gotta take that seriously, and that's there is a massive chance indeed. So OGX versus Team SMG, who knows? That could be very interesting indeed. I do think that we'll have to see until tomorrow, because we do have some of the another brand new, well, not brand new, but another 4 batch of teams that we still have yet to see here on the elite stage. And of course, among there are Kaguya, Full Sense Sapphire, Global Esports Phoenix, and Scythe and WJ. So it's gonna be a very exciting as well. But yeah, I think that should we have a grand finals as Team SMG and OGX, I think it should be very, very interesting, especially since we do know that OGX are still going through some little bit of adjustments, and maybe they did need this series or this match to be able to warm up just a bit. Now we know that we are on the elite stage, because warming up should be a bit faster paced than any of our other tournaments. But hey, this is OGX. This isn't exactly their first rodeo, Coldan.
Yeah, with so many roster changes, so many new players here and there in so many rosters, I think we might see some cases of the honeymoon effect. I think there are situations where teams, find just a great group. They find their form. They somehow just find their flow state. Everyone is just playing confidently, flowingly. And we might just see that in one of the teams here. There's so many changes. OGX looked like one that could be one of those teams. I think we'll just have to wait and see. But speaking about the brackets, I think later on, right, tomorrow, where we have the remaining 4 teams that we're yet to see play, I think those matches are going to be really insane, because they have all qualified based on circuit points, right? None of them from the LCQ circuit, so it's really, really interesting to see how that will pan out. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, I think we have an interview with the one and only Sway from OGX right on the line. Sway, can you hear us?
I can. Hello.
Hello.
Ignore the clips.
Hi, Sway. Congratulations on your win. That is so cute. But is that toothless?
Oh yeah, it is.
Is that? Whoa, so
Oh my
cute!
God.
Thank you.
I just saw the eye. I knew immediately. That's so cute. Sway, congratulations on this first win here at Elite. I'm really curious because, of course, welcome back, by the way, to the Game Changer circuit. How are you guys dealing with these last-minute roster changes, especially in such a high-pressure environment that is APAC Elite?
There have been ups and downs, but we're not thinking too much about it. We're just focusing on the moment, and I think we believe too much in ourselves to let that affect us.
Wow, that's amazing. That is amazing. I wish everybody, if everybody believes like you guys do, the world would be a better place. Coldan, your question up next.
Yes. Okay. So we saw Sunset being picked in the first series of the day. Were you surprised at all that MLT picked into Lotus? Because that isn't a map that they typically play too much on. But do you think that was kind of a pocket pick by them to try to catch you guys off guard? Were you guys surprised, or were you guys like really prepared for that pick?
I think we've prepared everything properly, so we weren't really surprised, and we don't think too much about the veto. It's mostly based on what our strong maps are, more than what the other person picks.
And that's how
Yeah, I like
you know,
that.
Yeah, that's how a team like OGX are prepared for anything, right? Once you focus on yourself. Speaking about focusing on yourself, I want to ask you guys about the comeback during the first map, right? That was like 11, I think, straight rounds that you guys made consecutively. So, and you finished with a knife kill as well. Can you talk to us about that? What was going through your minds as you guys were like slowly gaining momentum?
As I said, that we continuously believe in ourselves. We kind of knew it in our gut that we're gonna come back. We've done it before. We were 111 down and we've done that. So yeah, we've already prepared to come back.
Awesome. And it
Right.
also shows like, you know, Sway's IGL skills. I mean, like, you know, if I was down
Of course.
111, I don't know, I'll have to call up Sway to like give me some motivation as well. Coldan, over to you.
Yeah, okay, so last question for me is, so if I'm not mistaken, you are the IGL for OGX, which is pretty interesting, right? Coming in as the newest player. But how is it like to really orchestrate a squad such as OGX, especially with very unconventional picks such as Neon and Chamber on Haven, right? How is it like to organize that kind of chaos, especially on the defending side, right? When you go for those aggressive pushes?
Actually, I've played last season with them, so I'm very comfortable with this roster. There are, of course, 2 editions of Toli and Iruma, but I think they're great players and they were very understanding, and it was pretty easy for me as an IGL. So, yeah.
Alright, just solid IGLing, you know? Classic stuff, just going back into the driver's seat, all of that.
Awesome. Well, welcome home, Sway, is what we want to say, right? Congratulations on the win, and we wish you luck on the rest of your run here at Elite.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, that was Sway, and we did miss her here at Game Changers, right? I think, like, you know, you could tell that she feels right at home, especially with how fast she was able to adapt, you know, coming into these like minute roster changes and everything. It really is a testament to how well this squad can adapt like on the fly, right? And Coldan, as we're seeing right now with our brackets, as you mentioned, we have some exciting matches coming up tomorrow.
Such a heartbreaker to see Nyx Kyosei versus MLT. You know, I would love it if both of those squads, you know, had a run in the lower brackets, but they're gonna be facing up against each other up next. But as we mentioned, right, SMG versus OGX still in the upper brackets, and then we have some juicy matches for you guys tomorrow: GE Phoenix versus Full Send Sapphire, as well as Scythe and WJ versus RRQ Kaguya. So I think those matches are going to be really, really close because those squads are not inseparable, but they are pretty close. I think everyone has a shot at winning their games tomorrow. So I'm definitely going to be tuning in, and I'm really excited to see which team will move on in that upper bracket.
Same. And looking at, you know, you have RRQ and you have Full Sense. I feel like RRQ right now, they are out for blood. You know, they it's a kind of like a grudge match, revenge match for them, just because it's like that crown has eluded them for so long, and like you can kind of tell that like you're not getting away this time, right? And for Full Sense Sapphire, of course, this is the squad that, you know, would love to represent the region once again in Game Changers Champions, right? They're not gonna let this shot get away from them that easily. I know that Team SMG looks like the favorite right now, but if I were to put my money on 2 more that can challenge them for this, it would be Full Sense Sapphire and RRQ Kaguya. So it's gonna be very exciting indeed. Coldan, any closing thoughts for this day?
I think we saw everything in that we would like to see today, right? We had the sunset, the new map in the pool, we had a great showing from the underdogs, and then we saw the veterans step up to the plate. We saw SMG show their class, we saw OGX showing their resilience at the end of the day. It's been a fantastic 2 series, and yeah, I just can't wait for the next few games of this tournament and see how things progress, because it's it's only going to get spicier from here on out.
Exactly. That's exactly what Alexi said as well earlier. You haven't seen anything yet? Today was a fantastic teaser of what is to come here on Game Changers APAC Elite. So we will see you guys for the rest of the week as things get spicier and spicier and spicier. We'll see you guys here, same time, same virtual place, right here on twitch.tv/FSLs. See you guys. Have a good night.
One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba got. Back up, back me what you got. Down.